Good morning. I'd like to call to order the city council work session retreat, and first on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so our first item on the agenda is public comment. And is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a public comment? Yes.
I know most of you, but just want to reintroduce myself for those I haven't met. My name is Chet Moritz. I'm a Cannon Beach resident here and also president of a nonprofit, North Coast Housing Solutions. So I know you have a busy agenda today, but I'd just like to seed your thinking about workforce housing, housing for all working professionals. We've been collaborating with the Seaside School District. They've given us a grant to help retain their teachers. They're having trouble finding, like, especially for their new teachers to live when they arrive here, and even for their more established teachers. And so we're looking at a couple of models to help them out, as well as the other businesses. They're critical for our community on the North Coast. The hospitals, we've been talking to CMH Hospital, they're having trouble housing their medical professionals, not the doctors, but the nurses, the X-ray technicians, the front desk staff, people like that. I've had great conversations with local restaurateurs and things, even people managing the restaurateurs can't afford to find places for themselves or for the employees to live. So two models we've been looking at. One is actually a first-time homeowner model funded by the USDA Rural Development. I can send you around links and things later, but it's called a Section 502 program. And what they do is they pay for the construction of the home and they give the first-time homeowner a very low interest rate mortgage. No down payment. It's a great way for people to get into their first home, build equity, and then move on from there.
Federal?
It is federal, yeah. So it does require environmental NEPAs, and we have the list of the environmental reports that are required for anyone who has to build on. It's the union, it's wetlands and artifacts and things like that. They're very, very doable. The thing we like about it is that other than the land, which is part of the reason we're here to talk about land that might be available in the city of Cannon Beach, the costs are all covered. So you don't have to take out loans. You don't have to deal with tax credits and things like that. And it helps people at a much higher income level. They can actually earn up to about $63,000 for their family of four. That's still considered 80% area median income on the federal tables. But that's right where our teachers, they start at $44,000 to $50,000 a year coming out of school. So it's just in the sweet spot for our working professionals trying to move to the coast, or city staff, to be honest. Many of them have trouble finding places to live. So that's one of the models we're looking at. And the second one we're exploring are long-term rentals throughout the coast. But one idea I'd love to just seed is the idea of a way for our city to incentivize some of our vacation home or second homeowners to open their homes during the off season as long-term rentals. And there are things like vacancy taxes and things that are out there that are being tested by the courts currently. But I'd like to open a conversation about incentives, like maybe a tax holiday from some of the city taxes, some of the city property taxes, just a little incentive if someone were to rent their home for, say, at least 6 months out of the year, long-term rentals, not vacation rentals, to local working professionals. So just two ideas to put on the table. I'll be around as long as I can. I'll have to step out and take the rest of it on Zoom, but would love to have more conversations with this group when the time is right. A few of the agenda items I saw today might relate to housing. So just wanted to see the conversation with those two ideas.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chet.
Thanks, Chad.
Anyone else in the audience like to make public comment? And nobody on Zoom?
No.
Okay. So our first discussion item are projects, and we have a few projects. And so first, we're going to talk about the elementary school rejuvenation project.
And were you looking for a report, or you want to have a discussion among the council?
No, I think you could start us off.
Okay, all right.
I think we kind of know where we're at.
Yeah, I want to be a little careful on what we report, because there's a meeting coming up on January 9th.
Right.
And we've had a listening session. So we've just gone through an appeal of a DRB decision, which is now complete. So that's pretty much what I think that, I think that pretty much everything else is going on. We will be coming back to you. Give you the dates, tentative dates anyway, for financing. And that is, an authorization resolution by, February 6th. Sale of the bonds could occur on March 6th. And the bond closing could occur on March 27th. Now, there's things that we have to stay on a certain schedule for those dates to happen, because we have been talking about doing a March bond issue. We have to make sure that we are going to be on the price of the project. And if, for example, as a result of the meeting on January 9th, we take another month of conversation before we say we're going to finalize something, these could move by a month. So this is like, and in terms of timing, this is like our best scenario. And the good news is that the market is moving in our favor right now. And give you an idea, we were, when we did the first bond issue for the project, we were, and I'm not good with all these terms, but we were all in, which meant all of our costs and everything came in at like about 3%. Recently, I let you know that we're closer to 5%, which was a significant increase. Well, that was several weeks ago, and now it's down to 0.36%. So where there was a concern about where the debt service payment would be relative to what we said it was going to be, we're down below it now.
And you think it's trending in that direction? Is that?
Yes. That's what we're being told by our financial.
Yeah, the feds apparently are going to make 3 rate cuts next year. And I read was that they'd be down to 4.1% by the end of next year, which sounded to me not all that great. But if you're down to 4.3 now, that's going to be good.
Yeah.
So by March, we might have another interest rate drop. So
Yeah.
that'd be good.
And there's been, small ones just are going down, so. Okay,
You do that, it's a fixed interest rate?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, and we're also looking into whether or not we would be able to refinance before 10 years. So that's something that we may have to pay a premium to get. But it just depends where, our collective wisdom comes down and crystal balls. Is it going to drop a whole lot, or is it going to be, are they going to hover maybe around 5 for home mortgages and probably about 4 for. We'll figure.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Do you know how that process works?
Which process?
Refinancing, the bonds?
Yeah, we've recently refinanced the bonds when we did the for the treatment plant.
Uh-huh.
And it's just that somebody buys those bonds and we use that money to go ahead and pay off, and then we have a new bond. And we rolled those in when we did the other project one.
Okay. And from the experience, was there a significant cost involved or
No,
moderate?
no, we saved some money as a result of it.
Long term
Yeah,
for the interest, but I mean, just that I assume there's some sort of upfront.
there is some upfront cost, but it was still advantageous, even though we had like 5 to 10 years left on the bonds. So there wasn't much left.
Got it.
So,
Thank you.
but it's just, what we're looking for is to see, can we have that option? Because, the market is high right now. And usually you can refinance after 10, but maybe if we want to try to refinance after 5, there might be a cost associated with it, which we can evaluate.
And if for some reason or other, we find ourselves in a position to be able to pay off early, is that an option?
Sure.
Okay.
And
With no penalty.
Yeah, and you can also, yes, well, no, I don't believe that there's a penalty, but I would have to double check that, right? But when you're talking about, paying it off early, we can always pay down the principal.
I don't have any specifics in mind. I
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, but that's something that we can pay early. We can, make an additional principal payment.
I'm just thinking if for whatever reason.
Sure.
It found itself in a position to be able to do it.
Yeah, and we could, if we had those funds, we could say, put this against principal.
Okay.
And I don't know if we would have enough to pay off everything, but it's possible.
Sure.
Nancy had made a request for a bunch of financial information. When do you think we'll have that?
The next,
Tuesday's retreat.
yeah, Tuesday's retreat. We'll have all that.
Oh, okay, great.
And I'm going to try to have our financial advisor on the line.
Okay,
You can ask him.
that'd be good. Yeah.
It seemed to me during Lori's report to us that there was quite a bit of information in the budget already.
Mhm.
And does that reflect money spent year to date or just this past?
I'm trying to think of which one, because we already have a bond issue. And we have been spending that, and that's part of the report that we intend to give when, based on your request. Like how much did these different projects cost us so far? I don't know if that answered your question.
I don't know enough information to really, it was just, I noticed the line items and I just thought, well, this seems to be, some of the information that we've been requesting.
Sure.
We had a bond issue for the sale or for the purchase of the property. So we already have that.
No, we paid cash.
But isn't there?
Did we
close
take
to-
cash?
Is it $4 million that's
That's
in cash right now?
That
It was like 4.5, and it's down from the expenses that we've had.
and that's what'll be included with the report you provide for us next week.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So who is our financial advisor? You always just say the financial advisor. Firm or,
Davidson, D.A. Davidson,
oh,
is the company,
okay.
and
And you work with one individual in that company?
and I forgot his last name, but his first name is Matt.
Is it Donahue?
Matt Donahue, yeah. He's been with us for a while. And then we have a bond council that we. So the team is already assembled. We just have to call everybody together and set our timeframes.
And you're reasonably sure that the financial advisor will be on Tuesday, be with us on Tuesday?
I'm reasonably sure we can get him at some point in that 5-hour window.
Okay.
I don't know if we can say he could be, here at 11 or what time, but we'll try to get him at a time certain
Okay,
if we do it.
good.
And all of this is subject to any decision the council makes regarding the projects.
Right.
We're just trying to time it as best we can and be prepared for your decision.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sure.
So anything else from anyone on the,
Since we have this retreat and this ability, I just would like to ask that as the council, if they just, considering what Bruce just said, do you feel comfortable having the bulk of the discussion after or during the meeting on the 9th? Or is there issues with the Cannon Beach Elementary School that some of you'd like to discuss, Matt?
Well, I want to see all the financial information.
Yes.
And so I can't discuss anything till that time.
I'm thinking more big picture. Not necessarily, finances drive a lot of our decision, obviously. But I'm just thinking in terms of
And the issues that were brought up during the November 28th meeting, some of the,
partially or just
Comments?
anything else that's
Okay. Well, the November 20, the things that were brought up at that meeting, and I told you I made a list of every single thing that was brought up. I think we need to address those things, but I think we need to address them at a public meeting, not at the, in other words, I'd rather wait until that meeting to address them because I'm trying to address people's concerns and I don't think that we have no audience here really,
And
except for,
that's exactly what I'm trying to feed.
That's at the top of my list for
yeah,
the 9th as well. And
right.
I was doing the same list as you.
Yeah,
Maybe
me
we
too.
should compare, but if it had any major impression on me, it was that the opponents to the project still don't seem to understand some of the details of it. They don't necessarily understand the funding. They don't necessarily understand the use. I mean, I feel like there's several key things, and maybe maybe they do understand, and it's just their way of opposing.
Or maybe it's that facts don't matter. I mean, that's really, so that's what that's what I'd like to discuss on the 9th is here are the facts. Here are their concerns and how did those things square up? In other words, like funding for housing, which has
Yes.
absolutely nothing to do with the TLT. Whether it should or not is another matter, but it doesn't at this particular point.
Like that one's easy to answer. You
Yeah.
know, there's all the chatter out there also about our priorities. Like they don't know that we're actually working on housing.
Or,
I think we're better represented at the county level than any other community, looking at these issues and how we can address them. And I know there are things going on behind the scenes. So yes, I think it's things like that. And I'm going to be prepared at that meeting to address some of those. But what I would really hope to avoid is coming to that meeting, opening up public comment, hearing all the same misinformation. It would be nice to kind of clear up some of that before public comment. So
I agree with you.
maybe that would make it less likely that
Like,
people will stand up and
Maybe go through the list prior to public comment, go through the list of the comments we received and everyone's response to them, and then ask for more public comment.
yeah,
I mean, that's all
I would prefer something like that.
I
so
would
that we
too.
Can address some of those things.
rather than
so
just
that,
hearing that.
my property taxes are gonna be raised,
Right.
it's like, let's be clear about the funding. So I have my list. It sounds like you may have some other things.
I have
as far
a
as
list.
Setbacks
We all
and
have
and
I think we
others,
all have
but
I think everyone made a
Yeah.
list.
The thing that I keep going back to is everybody says, scale it back, scale it back.
yes,
And yet they don't say how.
yes.
We've had one letter that had a comment from Nancy Lytle, who said, I don't like, the windows above between this gym and the classrooms, and I don't like the overhang. Well, at least that's specific, and we can
Yeah.
actually address that. But I have not heard anybody else say what it is scale back on the budget, scale back on the building, but what?
Because they want a community center. They want a gym and some funky classrooms. And I understand that. But, where's the money for that going to come?
Yeah.
I mean, to fix that building and get it up to grade to begin with and keep it within the same footprint, we're very limited by the fact of where the site.
Yeah, that takes 2/3 of the budget, right?
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that needs to be pointed out.
Yeah.
Is
Can't use TLT money
to it, it's still gonna cost at least $9 million.
and we won't be able to use TLT if it's a
Right.
community center solely. So that's.
And I think that's that one.
I agree. The scaling
that
back thing
scaling back,
is something that
we
needs
need
to be
point that
addressed
out, that
because
just to bring it to code and to seismic and all of the things that need to be done. We have a chart in our archives that shows the various levels, and that level before you get to the heritage part of it is about $9 million.
Yeah.
I remember we made that choice, actually, when we said, we want to scale back, knock $2 million off it and take out all the heritage stuff, which, and just have it be, it'd be the same usage though, because it's TLT money.
Yeah.
And, or do you want to spend the extra 2 million and make it a site that's, beautiful? And we all decided, well, that made more sense.
Yep.
This was the conversation that you were thinking of, Brandon, but yes, I don't see any way. to-
Evidently, I started it and, I don't feel uncomfortable talking about any of this.
No, because we're talking in
I mean,
general terms.
No,
I have the same feeling that's like there's nowhere to really scale back in a major manner. I mean, I think we can trim some things, but the core to really make that facility useful. That's most of the budget. And
For me, then, I feel like we need to work on messaging about perhaps why this isn't, in my opinion, as expensive as the public is perception to it.
can you clarify that?
People are talking about, let's do the $4 million option. The $4 million option is $8 million.
It's 3 years ago.
Right.
And was never actually
Right.
viable
Right.
price.
Right.
It was an estimate from a company we engaged with.
To do our roofs, to do the roofs. And
Sort of a feasibility,
right,
my,
Right.
in my recollection of it.
yeah, we did
They
the,
produced some rather good ideas that I
Yeah.
think have come to fruition
Mhm.
through another design firm. And yes, the cost is significantly more,
right,
but I've said this to several people already. That given the cost of Cannon Beach Elementary plus the cost of the police department and city hall projects, given the 30-year time frame that we have to pay it back, if you look at it in terms of what our actual yearly budget is, it's in my naive scaling of the amounts, it seems to be about 1/30th would be, the total project cost for all three of those projects, if I'm making sense.
Per year, you're talking about?
No, just if we were to take our city budget, extrapolate it out over 30 years, and then look at the total cost of all three of those projects, it represents, just to my simple math, about 1/30th of that amount.
that's correct.
Well, if I look at it that way, it may be incredibly naive, but I don't see that as being outrageous.
And it'll seem like, when we look at, I think it was the end of 2017, 2018, the same project was 16.9 million.
Mhm.
And now it's, at 25. And I don't see anything that says that we're gonna go back to 16.9.
So it's only going to go up.
Right, right. And so you just, I think in the past, based on what I see, with other councils, is that, 4 million, at one point, seemed like it was crazy to spend that much on a building. So it
We
wasn't,
have no sense of reference because we haven't done anything.
right,
We've been limping this building along and,
Right.
But realistically, there's only been one budget for this project.
yes.
And that's the one we're dealing with right now.
Right.
And so, there's things like we should delay it, which I think,
Teaching.
yeah, I think the opposition to this project, the vocal opposition to this project understands that delaying it is denying it,
Yes.
that it will be out of our reach.
Any other way to construe that.
So if it's possible before January 9th to get an answer on if we were to make it a community center instead of a tourist, would we have to repay purchase price that we use the LP fund for? And you said, I think Lisa
Yeah.
asked that question before. You said you need to consult with
Ashley.
Ashley.
Yeah.
So I think that that needs to be brought up because that's going to make a huge dent in our operational budget.
We would have to make the case that if we don't pay it back, that there would be a substantial purpose of accommodating tourist activity.
Mhm.
Is my understanding of the law.
Right.
But I mean, the other side of that coin is also then how do you fund the rest of the community center?
Right.
You can't with the funds we're working with.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Right. But I mean, that's something that we have heard so much is we wanted a community center. And if that's really what we want, there's going to be consequences.
And then yet it will be a community
Yes.
center.
I know.
That's the benefit
That's the
is,
thing, it still
Because
will
it's-
be. People don't quite understand that. It's not a tourism drawing facility, it's a tourism serving facility. for The
That's-
people
that's-
that are already here.
I can see people just trying to create that confusion and stir up this anti-tourism sentiment. Like all of a sudden, it's going to be drawing a new horde of tourists
Yeah.
to Cannon Beach. And really, I'm not sure the term you just used, but it really is more of a tourist activity.
Yeah, it's a tourist serving committee.
Yeah, I like that
community.
term.
Gives them something to do while they're here.
Yeah.
Instead of littering the beach.
And if it does draw people because of a cultural center or a nature center, I would think that that's who we want here.
Well, I kept
I mean-
thinking about that during the chamber presentation the other night is the people that are going to visit what we're envisioning
Yes.
that center is going to be is exactly what we want.
Well, and that's what's disappointing to see the chamber involved in, helping to work the opposition on this, amplify the opposition voice on this, because, Jim comes here and he talks about destination management. And, the nature center is exactly that, something that
Okay.
will create stewardship and education about the environment. It's unfortunate, but he's a membership organization, so he's got all the people in his ear that lodging industry to a great part, who I don't think really understands the whole destination management concept anyway, but anyway.
Well, what they certainly understand is the heads and beds, and the more they get, the happier they are.
The one thing that I'm not so concerned about the money that's going into building it or refurbishing it. What I'm concerned about is the operations costs. That is the real concern that I have.
I do.
Because I've seen the preliminary, extremely preliminary report, and it's already at $500,000. And I'm wondering, grants may or may not come in. How the heck are we going to pay for that? I hope we have a good plan for general funding or whatever it is we're going to do, because that is what I'm worried about. And if we're at 500,000 now, it's just going to go up. So that's the part that I'm very concerned about.
I think where we've been at with that is 500,000 roughly. That's kind of what we estimate that's left over from the funding that we put in place. That's like a first year or two operations as we're ramping up. And then, yes, I do think that then you start to see where there might be some income potential from, off-season conferences or things like that. That's where grants start kicking in on some of the programming. So I think, that budget is essentially a startup ramp up.
Yeah,
Budget.
I I'm real nervous about it because we need to be able to operate it and I'm just very, very concerned about that.
And grants are a bonus. I
Yeah.
don't think we can count on.
We can't count on grants.
Especially these days. A lot of the funding organizations that used to give to projects like this are switching to, crisis centers, abuse centers, homelessness, all those types of things, and away from more glitzy projects or fun projects, so I think we have to be really careful. We don't count on grants that just, that's a bonus.
It's like social security. You don't
Yeah.
count on that either, But, that's what because that's an ongoing expense.
Yeah.
It's not something we can say, in 30 years we'll have it paid for. It's an ongoing, every year, we're gonna have to be facing that expense. And I want to know that we have a really solid plan in place to pay for those operations.
I'm on the same page.
That's why my reason for asking for the financial information. Because that's the scary part to me.
Did you have comment on that, Bruce? Or
I think I did.
I saw the hand at one point, but
Yeah. I think it went back down.
okay.
See, the messaging we're getting though is contradictory, because on one hand, why should we do this on the backs of the poor lodging industry? And then the other hand is, we don't want more people in town.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Balance.
Yeah, I'm done on
And
it.
opposition is playing both sides of that.
Right.
One to stir up anti-tourism sentiment and the other to stir up, there's no ROI on this.
Right.
It's-
I'm so confused about what. I actually don't even understand where it's coming from. What initiated, except a desire maybe for no change, but
And what's initiating what?
Be underestimated.
really,
We haven't done anything in this community like that.
And sometimes that's very scary for people.
I don't discount people's feelings about it. They're obviously very worked up about it
Yes.
and are willing to vocalize any number of sentiments about it. But I just think the more that we can be prepared to be able to answer those questions, the better served we'll be.
And I want to clear up the misunderstandings, but I agree with kind of what you're saying about, and I hate to hear we're not listening or we're ignoring people, because I just do not believe that's true.
yeah, that drives me crazy, because it really does, because what does that mean? You're not listening. We're writing down everything people say. We're
Listening to them, we were looking at our paperwork and not paying
Well,
attention.
looking at our computers. I didn't even have a
We're not doing what.
Yeah.
Well, that's-
It is.
That's exactly what.
Yeah.
But I hope we can also do a better job. I think this for myself personally at acknowledging, recognizing and acknowledging concerns. And addressing them the best we can. So people want to feel heard. I think sometimes we need to acknowledge there are some legitimate concerns.
And there are.
Yeah.
Money is always a
Yeah.
legitimate concern,
And
and the fear of having crowds of people, piling in here for conventions or stuff. Those are all legitimate concerns.
Well, I think
but it's
there's a-
not like we have our head in the sand regarding those. So that's where I just, I hope, I'll put it on myself. I hope I can be better at acknowledging people's concerns.
Yeah,
I think all of us are nervous about the project too, on some level, some others, but I think, how can you not be when you're putting out that much money? I think, and this is our council. Do we, none of us wants to be in a position where years down the road, we're responsible for something that is a disaster, obviously. So I think all of us are really thinking about it carefully, because it's a huge responsibility. And it makes all of us, I can't say that any of us is totally confident. We have, we want it to work.
That's for sure.
but none of us can guarantee it will.
Every time I have a doubt, I kind of try to visualize, 3 or 5 years in the future, this building up and running and people using it and, whether it's
That too.
all in the gym or, a heritage art show
Or
or,
having the art camp
yeah,
summer from the.
I keep trying to visualize
Association.
very well be.
Yeah,
Or remember what it was like opposition to other things that once we got them accomplished in this town,
Well,
the
you know,
nature trail.
The nature trail, yeah, I
Yeah,
was gonna say the nature trail, but that kept the council up until midnight one night,
Yeah.
making a decision on that. And there were only 2 councilors that could make a decision because everybody else lived too close to it and they were,
you're talking about the one around the treatment. plant?
yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
That was a big controversy.
Oh,
huge.
Really?
yeah, huge.
And of course, now it's like the.
Everybody uses it.
Amazing.
Everyone loves it.
Asset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been, the school, the academy, that was another one. Huge. We have major people in here. Yeah, so it's,
Was there opposition to Ecola Creek Forest Reserve?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it only passed by how many?
7 votes, I think, 6 or 7 votes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Yeah.
Really?
So
Oh, yeah.
I,
This is, we're used to, this is a,
but
That
then,
makes me feel better to hear.
Yeah.
that.
but then again, to Brandon's point, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
The nature trail was
yeah, it's a long time ago. That was during Rich's time.
Yeah. So,
I think something that there's a disconnect and that people say we wanted a community center. And unless we go out and do a tax increase, and people will have to go ahead and approve it and vote for
You mean
it
property
themselves,
tax.
property tax. Then, and with that, I forgot how many, well, y'all had talked about some of the votes that we've had, that passed by 7 or 8 or whatever. Without that, there is no way to do a community center. A community center it's because of the nature of what we were able to accomplish, involving the tribe and some of the other things that, does allow us to have a funding source that, is not reliant on, people paying, directly. So, it's not like, well, if this doesn't go, we'll just get a community center. There is no
Yeah.
option on a community
Don't have
center
the money for it.
without going out,
Right.
getting a, referral and having people say, all right, we'll pay for it.
I guess I just don't see where this is not going to be a community center. It's going to limit some activities during peak seasons. But part of the plan is to have daily access for recreation in the gym. The classrooms are going to be open for small groups and meetings and so it's like, where is that disconnect? I mean, where is that
Yeah,
not
I
a
don't
community?
understand.
Right.
It's either that or it's gonna just deteriorate and fall into the ground. I mean.
Then we have a cost to take it down.
Yeah, because it's what do they call it?
As-
sorry. I turned everything off.
See. Yes. Okay,
Yeah, but that's something that I don't think people, get, that if this doesn't happen, the B plan is to build a community center, and there's no B plan without going out for a referral.
So that's something.
yeah,
we
it's,
need.
then it'll be $9 million plus for 2 disconnected buildings.
Right.
Uh,
Right. And paid out of
right,
people's.
people's taxes.
Yeah.
And isn't Tolovana Hall is a form of a community center that very few people use, hardly anyone uses it. It's too small for a lot of activities, but
It's a community room.
yeah, community room, that's a good way to put it.
With a commercial kitchen.
Yeah, which is never used,
Yeah,
by
like
the way,
this.
ever.
Hmm.
So,
Well, I guess we're pretty much in agreement that it would be nice to clear up some of these misunderstandings.
really would.
Prior
Is how-
prior to public comment.
Yes.
Yeah, because I sure would love, I would love to see the community on board for this. I really would. I mean, it'd be wonderful if we had, if the we've gotten a lot of support, actually, quite a bit of support. But it'd be nice if the people who are so dead set against it would, you know, think about it in a sort of more realistic terms and
Yeah.
get on board with it.
Yeah, the last, I guess it was the 28th meeting of the 28th, the written comment packet. I think 20 comments, 12 of them were go for it, you're doing
Yeah.
the right thing.
Right.
3 said, don't do the project. And I think 4 had some level of scale it back or delay, but of course, nothing specific, as you were pointing out. So I think it's easy to create opposition and those become the voices that seem to be the loudest who are supporting it. You know, they're not organizing in support of it to come out. So
The question I have is, okay, so on the January 9th meeting, we want to answer some of these questions. My question is, how do we do it? Because it has to be as clear, the message has to be extremely clear and simple and to the point without a lot of extraneous comments, or we just want to make, this is the question, or this is the issue. This is how we see it, you know, this is how we answer it. So how do we do that?
Well, maybe we can each take our notes that of things that people brought up, give them to Barb. You know, all of the questions that we noticed were the strongest questions, give them to Barb, and she can go down the list. Bring up the first question, we can all discuss it, next question, all discuss it until we get down that list.
yeah, I've already started on that process.
Yeah.
I've got the outline of some of those things that need to be addressed and
So just give that
And
list
then
to
there
Barb.
there
and
would
let
be
her-
an opening statement
Yeah,
or public comment. Addressing all of the misinformation.
I think what Lisa's saying is like take a comment at a time and we can
Right.
weigh in on,
on each comment, so.
So we would have we would have a discussion. It wouldn't just be a statement.
I think so. I'm
think so.
going to be prepared for
Yeah,
a statement on all of them myself.
I think we
So
all,
I think it would help if we had a prioritized list.
Yes.
And
We'll give
start at
that to
the
you.
Start the very first misinformation.
Yes.
Right.
Funding, usage.
Yeah.
But I think we also need some graphics for people to look at, because people don't always listen. Obviously, they don't always listen to what it is we're saying. So if we had, I know we had that one chart that showed, you know, the various levels, the 4 levels, how much it was going to cost to bring it up to code, how much it was going to cost to
Oh, yeah.
do something else and something else. And then I think the last 2 levels were the heritage part of it.
Mhm.
So we need something like that.
So back in the day when we were talking about phasing, the phasing
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe we should take a look at that list, do the list pretty early. So that if we need graphics, we can, I don't know who does graphics in the city, but something that we can show as we're talking, because
I don't know who does
We
it.
see you over there.
So is this something you guys want to put in the packet or just talk about the night?
I think it would be helpful to be in the package.
yeah, it would be.
Which means we got to get a lot of work done.
Yeah,
Right.
so that would mean I would need all the materials by the end of the day on January 2nd. Because
Okay.
that's our first council meeting of the month and I put the packet out the second day. We Try to get the packet out the second day.
Did you say the 7th or
Second.
second? That makes more sense.
So if we gave the questions that we see as the most important questions to you, could you prioritize them and drop a list
Mhm.
and lead that discussion? That
Yeah.
would be great.
and when would you want that list?
Well, I mean, I think that's something we need to look at in terms of staff
Yeah, so.
being out of the building, which we want them to do.
I mean, ideally, I would put the packet out on the 3rd. The latest we would ever put the packet out is the 5th, which is that Friday. So,
I think it's really important that it goes out on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So people say, well, we just got it, you know?
yeah.
I think something we might be able to do is that several of you took notes and we've got our own notes that if possibly, you know, the mayor and I and probably Jen could sit down and say, okay, scale it back. And then, but then all the other scale it backs, we say, okay, we've already got scale it back covered, didn't that cost too much? Put all the other ones aside, so we get it down to maybe 10 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
or 8 questions rather than repeat.
and
Yeah.
we don't want to spend an hour with our little discussion and then say, okay, now we're opening up for public
Right.
comment, because then people are going to say we never got a chance to say anything.
Right.
No, I think it's fairly simple.
Yeah.
I heard, you know, just a few talking points to use. Not very descriptive,
Facts.
but just in terms of what the dissension is that it's not 20 different things.
No, it's more like
3 or
6 to
4.
10.
My initial notes are affordable housing, parking, facility use, tourist attraction versus tourist activity, reductions in scope. I also have a note about not listening here, and the public process that we've gone through on this.
Did you say parking?
Yes.
Yeah, parking. That's a big one.
It is, and I think that is a legitimate concern,
Mhm.
having that we need to be able to have a legitimate response to it. Thing I wanted to ask about, just the logistics of it, since we have something to say beforehand and then invite public comment, are we then going to have a response after that?
Oh, I think,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we should have a discussion after that.
Okay,
are there other items on that agenda?
Yes.
A lot?
Well, so what we're running into is a lot of people don't want to be, a lot of our items won't be ready for January 2nd, but they'd be ready for the 9th. So we have Lori doing her first quarter report, which that might be something we could move to February possibly. We have.
She won't be here.
Oh, okay, so yeah. That kind of solves that.
We could have another meeting.
Yeah, that's true. We could.
You know, we do have, just a side note before we get into all that, we do have a special meeting date for October 10th. So.
October?
Sorry, it has been a long week.
Yes, it
January 10th. So one of our dates on hold is January 10th. I mean, you could have an option of, we want to clearly have the 28th discussion on the 9th, because that's what we told everybody. We could move the remaining items to the 10th.
That makes
I
sense.
think that makes a lot more sense.
Just,
I'd like to really be able to concentrate
Just-
on this and give people time.
Yeah, because that's one of the meeting dates we have on hold.
I agree.
Even if we took the 10th for that, we would still have a couple more meeting dates on hold in case we need it. We possibly could do Cannon Beach Elementary on the 16th or at the end of the month. We've got the CODOT at the end of the month. I still have several dates, so we could move everything off of the 9th, put it on the 10th, and then the 9th will be strictly the meeting discussion of the 28th.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I do too.
All right, I'm gonna move things in my list. It's official. It's on my list. Are you good with that, Bruce?
I didn't mention taxes and funding as in my list of the concerns, but
And
I will
think
copy my
I would
my
have
outline and
What's that?
operational concerns.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about that.
Right now, though, if we were to say what would be our number one priority to clear up?
I would say that
Funding
the
sources.
community center versus a TLT funded center.
and I've got that as facility use. People,
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of people out there throwing out stuff about the facility and we need to be clear about where we're at with that.
And why the disconnect there between what we can do financially and what we can't do.
Brandon, what's your?
they're all equally important because without some of them, the argument becomes weaker and weaker and weaker.
Right.
But I think one of the biggest glaring ones that we have not addressed to the public, to be able to bring them on board, is to deal with parking, at least to have plan in place that shows this is what our thinking is in order to make it work.
So the fact that we would plan most of them off season and
And most importantly, have some type of very dedicated shuttle system, because I don't see, how this can work any other way, other than if you could convince every single attendee to walk.
Right.
And, off-season means inclement weather here, so,
so you have a raincoat.
yeah,
Like requiring some kind of
yes.
shuttle for any event of a certain size. Yeah. Well, the funding and taxes and cost, I don't know if that's all one topic, but that's
Well, if you want to lump finance all together,
Yeah.
to dispel those types of things, I think it's certainly,
I mean-
make that argument.
that's,
And I
What you
think,
rattled off, I don't see it being impossible to address in the time that we're thinking of before the public starts their comment.
well, when we talk about funding, I think we have to use the word scale back because that's what everybody else is saying. And, we have to say to each other or to the people here who are here, what does that really mean? I mean, maybe start the conversation by what does scale back really mean? Because nobody tells us what it means. And then go into community center versus heritage or,
yeah, the scale back, I mean, not doing one of the buildings. Does it mean not bridging the two to actually make it useful as a single facility? Is it, the grounds?
yeah.
So,
Turn them all over to the elk.
well, they've been taking
Yes,
advantage of it the last couple of
Yeah.
years. I have good video here.
And people keep saying that it's too urban or it doesn't match the village character or it's,
And the way it is now does.
yeah, apparently we are a very rundown community.
Yeah.
But, there's that whole feeling of it doesn't match the village character. It's too urban, whatever that means. And the scale back, I mean, those are the terms we keep hearing all the time. And nobody wants to explain what that really means.
If there's anything that's part of the village or defines the village, it's the school.
Yeah,
I mean, for the longest time, it was like the center.
yeah.
And so to say that to go ahead and bring it back and not be village character, it's like you're talking against yourself.
So they
Probably once a month at the food pantry, we have somebody come in and not use the food pantry, but they say, we're in town, we went to school here, blah, blah, years ago. And, and what in the heck are you doing with with our school,
Yeah.
I'm adding food pantry to my list because a lot of people are
Yeah.
confused about that.
Yeah, saying that we're getting rid of the food pantry.
Yeah.
Or why don't we do something? Why isn't it part of the scope of this project too? Is one or the other.
And
So we're all gonna send you,
again, it's a misconception of funding.
Oh, yeah.
So when are you gonna send me the list?
I just have to do a copy and paste. I could do it
Yeah.
like right now, but
I could do mine the next couple of days if you.
Then Barb, do you want to meet with staff next week? And go over things?
Yeah. Because after that, there's very limited time. So what if we said that you have your comments to me by December 18th, end of the day,
Okay.
which is Monday. Does that give everybody enough time?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
but you're looking just for like our bullet
right,
point list of
Right.
topics.
but
Yeah.
I think it would help if you guys put it in even though they're also interwoven, try to do it in a priority order.
Okay,
That way, we'll see how close we
I
are.
mean, tomorrow?
No, by Monday the
Oh,
18th.
oh, okay.
Yeah. And then we'll figure out a time after that
Yeah.
for us all to meet.
We'll be in the retreat on Tuesday, but it looks like we're pretty open, Bruce, Rusty and I, for the rest of the week. We have some definitely sometimes available. The big thing for me would be Parks meeting on Thursday morning, but that's it.
Okay. Okay, we'll figure out a time. Okay, sounds like a good plan. Good discussion.
Thank you.
Ready to move on?
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, so next we have the city hall and the police station progress. I feel a lot better about this project. I think that because people are playing the two things, I really think that our community, the majority of our community knows we need to do this. We need to get the police station up in a safe area. And we can't have our city, we can't have Jen get, really talk when she's in this room. I mean, we can't do it.
It's crazy.
And we've talked and talked about it.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
So to me, that's very encouraging.
Yeah, and I don't have any trouble, directly pointing out why.
Right.
Given everything you just said,
Mhm.
so I think then we need to do it now.
Yeah.
That's
And you don't get a lot of the community saying, we need to delay this. Even though some people don't want to spend any money on anything.
And some people think that the city hall looks like I heard like a Ramada Inn or something, but actually, other than having a series of cottages connected by a breezeway, I don't know what else you can do. And they've done everything they can architecturally to make it, the fronting on Gower look like, it fits in with the neighborhood. So I don't know what else.
Yeah, I wish some of the negative comments would be a little more specific about what part of the design is offensive or what should be added, or I don't understand. It just sounds like opposition to me. It doesn't sound like there's anything tangible. On this topic also, because I think most people recognize that police station, emergency operations center is critical. City hall, certainly it's gonna have to be done at some point, and this is the time that we put the funding in place. And it's that tourism dedicated portion of that funding, which is funding the school. So it's not like, I don't feel like we raised the lodging tax to complete the school. I think we raised the lodging tax to deal with these two critical community projects.
Well, all of it. I think all of it.
Well, it did create the fund, and so that's where the school is funded, but
He is funded by, I'm sorry, City Hall and the jail, and the
Police department.
police department are funded by PFT. Director tax, again, tourist paid,
Well, most of it is, but
yeah.
we have that 30%.
Also, the 30.
The 30%.
Yep.
Yeah.
and some Sloving reserve funds, and I feel like what we came to was we're gonna fund this in a variety of ways, and
And we'll talk about that on the 9th as well,
Mhm.
how that's being funded. Okay. Get this cleared up, yeah.
I don't, I'm with you. I don't feel like there's a lot that needs to be addressed. It seems like the opposition is all being pointed at the elementary school.
And I haven't heard the scale back for these two projects. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, I think they're,
I don't know, the city of Carmel has an 1,100 square foot city hall, from what I understand.
It does, but no, the city of Carmel has a little house, an old historic house
Yes,
that they have, but I don't think they don't have everything in it.
Right.
They don't have HRAP in it. They don't have, you know, they don't have all these other, they have other, yeah, they have their other departments
It'd be
scattered
more interesting
around.
To see where they have their council meetings.
Yeah.
They have them in that.
I tried to find out. I looked and looked and I could not figure out where they had their council meetings.
But I mean, I guess I'm pointing to an extreme. There are still people who say we should scale back. I still haven't seen anything specific where it's even possible or logical.
It's basically the same size. The city hall is gonna be basically the same size as it is now, right? It's very close.
Without the police department.
Well,
Yeah, but that will give
That's what
more,
they'll throw out.
there's more room for better room for HRAP and other things too. I mean, people have offices.
Mhm.
Didn't have them before. So I just think it's such a small amount of extra room really.
Mhm.
And and we need it.
Biggest space increase is in the chambers.
Do we have more room for people?
Mhm.
Which has been a complaint, so.
Right. There might not be as much discussion about trying to move meetings to other locations
Yeah,
and that kind of thing.
The city council meets the first Monday and Tuesday of each month at 4:30 PM, with the exception of holidays, in the council chamber of Carmel City Hall, located on the east side of Monte Verde Street between Ocean and Seventh.
and that's that little church.
Huh.
So maybe
You
the.
couldn't find it. Brandon found
Yeah, I
it in
know.
like 2 minutes.
Beautiful.
Well, I used Google too, and it didn't make any sense to me that it could be in that little church. Maybe it's the sanctuary.
that's probably the sanctuary.
Brand is the council's teenager.
Yes. Well, I'm not, so that's for sure.
I'm guessing that's probably all it is then.
Hmm. And it is a council hall and maybe has the mayor's office in it or something.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Or the city manager office.
Don't know.
But I don't think it could have public works in it at all.
No.
You know,
The one thing our city hall doesn't have is
Trouble with
the
all.
mayor's office.
No,
planning.
that's
The
been
size building that we're building, it's currently, Bruce, isn't it actually now slightly smaller than our current envelope? The latest iteration that
I think you're
city
correct.
provided?
I think it went down to like 9,700 or something.
So it's the police department's out of it. That's the difference,
Exactly.
which is such a giant facility.
That little house.
So I found an article that has pictures of the inside. I'll send it to you guys.
Oh, do you? Was it?
We're such a competitive bunch. I found.
Because then you put it out, so it
Yep.
works you. It looks like it's inside of it. They even have a picture of like the planning sign. Yeah, planning and building services. Oh, I'll send it.
Thank you.
I didn't read everything. It has a lot of other pictures of the city, the town, which looks very cute.
Yeah.
I think you should send the city manager from here to investigate.
You'd like it. You need to stay there.
It could take a while.
It is beautiful.
Well, now,
Little town.
the Manzanita, the Manzanitas trying to do their city hall and they're having all kinds of fits over that. And that's costing, what is it, 6 million or 10 million? Maybe it's 10 million. Anyway, it's not that much different than what our city hall is going to cost. And I don't know how big theirs is. Do you know how many employees they have?
No, but theirs is smaller than ours. And I think that it's coming in at like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
But again, some of the differences, they're doing risk category 4 for the jail, or not for the jail, I keep saying jail. For the police department, not for the rest of the building.
Yeah.
So in the event of a seismic event, they'll have a police station.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And where are they in?
Where the farmer's market. is,
No,
Right?
I mean, where are they in the process?
No, they're doing well. They're going through, I think, design development now.
Okay.
But they've had all kinds of controversy.
Yeah. Mayor.
Mayor resigned, yeah.
Yeah, and for their police department, they don't have to bring in facilities and, I mean, everything's all there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
infrastructure is there.
Yeah, I think that's a little misinformation when they compare costs for the police station is the fact that the infrastructure is a huge part of that budget.
I think they have two officers. You know, and then they rely, I believe they rely on sheriff. and-
Yeah, they rely a lot on something like that, sheriffs.
The, all the information that we have with the comparisons, you know, the architects and the construction manager just shake their heads because it's like, you know, no, I built that building. And, you know, that wasn't, it is not the same as what we're talking about here, or the buildings built and completed 4 or 5 years ago. And so we're comparing the cost per square foot for several years ago to what it is today. You know, what would that building cost today? Well, nobody, this is taking the time to go ahead and sort that through.
Yeah. Okay, we done with City Hall and Police Station?
I can give a little bit more information on City Hall.
Okay.
We're working on the staff relocations.
Oh, good.
So, and we're looking at multiple options. One of the things that is slowing down, if we want to call it that, the discussion about the food bank is that we're trying to see if we could have the building that we use for staff become the food bank. When,
Oh,
so that instead of renting, we could buy a building and then just say, okay, well, now we'll go ahead and move it over to where the other one was.
But what was that? Sorry to interrupt, Bruce. Go ahead if you need to.
No, go ahead.
What would that look like?
Well, it's a portable now,
Mm-hmm.
and we would just,
Truly portable?
It was a building that was moved in, yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
It's hard to tell for me, just
right.
looks like it possibly could have been built in place. But
No, I think it was
No.
portable.
yeah.
The food bank you're talking about now, the current food bank? Yeah, I think it was portable.
Your wife worked in that building.
I know.
But anyway, we can, we're doing that
That's cool.
and
Idea.
looking at multiple locations for, you know, the obvious locations, we can go ahead and just set up down here. Thanks to the fact that we've got an outstanding IT guy. He says, no, with the internet, I can put you just about any place.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at, you know, the big parking lots by the treatment plant and some other places like that, instead of taking it in the middle of, you know, Midtown. So we're looking at a lot of different options.
And we're talking about purchasing multiple mobile.
No, no, we're actually looking at seeing if there are places that we can just go that we already own. The,
And work in your car.
yeah,
I think back to the COVID days where, you know, there's people that didn't have internet service and so they grabbed a school bus, you know, out.
Mhm.
Kids just went in.
Yeah.
to School.
one that we're looking at is the North Fire Station for the police department. You know, instead of
You mean the Arch Cape?
the Arch Cape, yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh,
south.
oh.
Or just south, I'm sorry. Right, thank you. But and we don't know if it's gonna work or not, but it's potentially that'll work. But we know that we can have everybody there because we have to have somebody that if they wanna come talk to them at the police department, it has to be in town. And so that is, you know, we have to figure out we're gonna put those people. We have to deal with evidence and a bunch of other things. But anyway, but we're working on it. And the intent is if we've got someplace that we can already go to, that we find a way to make that work. And then if we are going to have a mobile, we look farther ahead than just what's it gonna take for us to work. It's gonna be how can it work as the food bank.
That's a great idea.
So there's some good work being done. And then the design. We're looking at going. We would have preferred to go to DRB and the planning commission with the police department first. Because we'd like to get the police department going first, but we have to do a rezoning on that property. And so that's gonna put the city hall a little bit ahead. So we've got to go for that rezoning. And then what's the function that we have to do with planning?
There's a conditional use that we have to change
Yeah.
for this site.
Yeah, so so there's gonna be some stops at DRB and the conditional use on the with the planning commission.
Planning's going this month. And then the DRB would be February, March, I think is what we were looking at.
Followed by another city hall.
So planning commission next week.
Yes.
And and that's for the conditional use?
And the zoning change both.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Good.
I assume the zoning change is time consuming process.
I think the research and all that has been. But I don't see it being controversial because it's the police station site.
Yes, I'd like to leave that part out of it, just in terms of, I assume there's state notification.
Yes.
Stuff
Yeah.
like that.
The popping up.
What you can do with the meddling
Right,
notifications and that sort of thing.
you're correct. We do have to do all that. So anyway, but so it looks like we're still going through trying to one of them is already in design development, which I think was the police station, and then I think we're in schematic still for a city hall. We're getting close to design development. Design development.
Well, they're both in design development
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, so that's good because the next step is these contract drawings.
Somewhere in that process, it'll be coming back to council to show where we are at that stage.
Sure.
Is part two of our retreat agenda, design review board?
We don't have anything on, I don't think.
Okay. It might be some of the stuff pushing
Yeah.
over into it.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some things Harvey brought up last night that, I think need to be talked about the process. I particularly feel weird that with all of these projects that we're kind of approving them as they go along. It's like we're acting as a design review board in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And then they get it. And it feels awkward.
Yeah.
I think that's because we are the applicant. And so we're the applicant coming up with the design, approving the design for the architects. And then the architects are taking it to the design review board. That's part of the overall city approval process. So that's why it's happening. And we are the applicants.
Yeah.
in this.
And that's, I mean, they came up. We had some discussion about it at the last meeting. But that was one of the things that they brought up. It's like, if we're going to be the ones that have to do this review, we don't want to get into a situation that we're saying, no, you shouldn't do it. And then we also know that pretty much we work for the council and the council is going to be able to go ahead and override us. So that's where some of this concept of if we can be of value, would it be earlier in the process where, we can advise the council or whatever, as opposed to setting it up the way that it is now, which has got this, has its own pitfalls. So there were several items. If you like, I can kind of cover what the discussion was with design review. You got it.
I've listened to the meeting a couple of times.
Okay. Well, however you want to do it, but there's,
Which meeting were you talking about? The last one or the one before?
The one before that.
Yeah,
Design review meeting or? the
Yeah,
meeting?
design review. I haven't listened to this week's.
yeah, the most recent one, we went back with answers to their
Oh, okay.
requests.
yeah, why don't you talk about that a little bit?
One of the things I think is happening is that it's, other than the chair, everybody is extremely new. And so they're kind of, finding their way through things. And one is that when they get to the point of findings of fact, they wanted to be able to set a meeting like, okay, we're going to go ahead and hear the case on this night. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do the findings of fact, because it's kind of fuzzy how that happens in their mind. And we said, no, actually, this is all in your control. If you reach the point that you've made your decision, and then you're going to ask the attorney or staff or the chair or somebody to write the findings of fact, ask them how long it'll take. And then give us another day or two, and then we'll go ahead and we'll set another meeting for you to do the findings of fact. You don't have to wait until they're done or wait until your next monthly meeting or something. So,
They approve those before they're submitted.
well, they approve the project, but the findings of fact sometimes I think make it back to the next month. So they were like, but they wanted to approve it in more quickly. So it's like, well, you can set a date.
But they do approve the findings of fact, that even when they're prepared by staff.
Like with the planning commission, we changed that process so that the findings were done like in a week later, and we either could call a meeting if we had issues with them, or just approve them. I think we could approve them online, couldn't we? At that
No, we
time,
still had a
we
meeting.
still had a meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It was
A lot
a
of
Zoom
times it
meeting.
was a real short.
Right, right. But it was a short turnaround to approve the findings
Yeah,
of fact. And that worked out way better than waiting.
Sure. And that's what they wanted. They were trying to find a way to do that. And we said, let's use that model.
Yeah.
Let me see. They wanted to have the offer review meetings. So instead of, here comes, Bruce with his plan and we want you folks to go through it. He's like, what if we offer to Bruce to be able to sit down with us and we can kind of give him some ideas or whatever. The attorneys had some concerns about that because, if it changes, it's not necessarily the same project. Plus, it's a quasi judicial process. And so unless that stop for the review thing is quasi judicial, you're kind of doing the project without being what it should be for the base review. Yeah, so that,
But
Harvey,
Harvey mentioned last night, it's like they wanted to get involved with it a lot sooner than,
right,
yeah, I think you're right, as far as.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of things they had that dealing with the quasi judicial side, public projects, they specifically asked to be involved with when the council was doing the reviews. We're like, no, again, it's going to be quasi judicial and, for you and not necessarily for them. So then also you should be reviewing the project when it's ready in the mind of the client, not necessarily while the client's still thinking about it. But they thought that it would save some time and it probably would, but the quasi judicial and some other things kind of caused some problems with it. And then there was discussion about seating arrangements because they missed the good old days when they used to sit around in a circle over here and do the plan review. And he said, well, that's problem with that, again, was because it's quasi judicial, you got to be able to have a camera or something. So if you all are looking at page 12, everybody's got to see what page 12 is. That kind of, and it turned out that there was only one person wanted to do it anyway. Everybody else said, I just as soon stay up here and on the dais. So I think that there were some concerns that they had. I think that we sorted out with the ones that we could and hopefully help them along a little bit on their meeting process.
What was the safety thing Harvey was talking about last night? I didn't get that.
He apparently has a background in it and he safety is not an aesthetic issue,
Right.
but when they see what they think are safety issues, they would like to also have the authority to deal with the safety issues. And frankly, that's a code official is the one that would deal with those things. If the stairs aren't wide enough or treads aren't, it's all code. But so anyway, so that's kind of I think was well answered last night.
And they're free to point that out and the code official can, or
Right.
write a letter or, write an email to the code official or whatever and say, I don't think these stairs are wide enough.
Yeah.
And then,
I even mentioned it to Steve because the building official works for Steve.
right. Say,
Steve is
I don't think this is right. And he can check it out for them.
I think part of the problem also is that, my line of work, I have to deal with code and a lot of the language is rather ambiguous.
Yeah.
Open to what you would consider an interpretation.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that presents a problem when one person may interpret the code differently than say,
Right.
go over with our staff.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
It can create a point of friction. And I don't have a ready answer for it other than, you know, if we can give direction to the design review board, then I think I would feel that that would be helpful. Whether they want to take the direction would be entirely up to them. One thing that I do think would be beneficial for them as a group is to take advantage of the classes that are available in Oregon land use law. There's a short institute that offers that. LOC has links to it. And it's incredibly helpful information.
Yeah, I've been real concerned about some of the decisions that they make that have absolutely nothing to do with their jurisdiction as a design review board. I mean, they're free to make comments as citizens if they want to come to a public hearing. But as a design review board, they're making decisions on things that have absolutely nothing to do with their work as a review board. And they continue to do that. And I don't know how to get them to get off that track and get onto the.
Certainly their
Right.
discussions, a lot of times veer off into things that are way out of their purview. But I know Harvey was frustrated last night and I don't know, I may have interrupted him and I feel bad about that, but it felt like we were getting to a point where we were having the conversation that we're gonna have later in the code audit about changes to make. But he felt like there were some things that had changed in the code audit, had changed the relationship of DRB. And I'm like, well, but he kind of gave up. Yeah, I think he felt like he got shut down. I urged him to reach out to Marcy and see if he could get those things answered or so I don't have no idea what they were, but
we will find out what they were when it's time. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, understanding the process is the big thing, you know.
I think he thought there were substantive changes made in the code when there in fact wasn't. There weren't rather.
yes,
And so I think it was just a
he
misunderstanding.
had a list of them, but so I was disappointed that he started with the other stuff, the safety stuff and these concepts that would take some change in our processes and didn't kind of get right to some of those concerns because you had concerns and I think in most cases you got them cleared up.
Right.
Mhm.
They were ideas and suggestions, not changes.
And that board still has a vacancy. Any applications?
No.
Yeah.
Not a single one.
Yeah.
I did receive a new application for a TAC member the other day, which will be going to January 2nd's meeting, but.
So that word needs to get out that we have openings
Mhm.
and
How many openings do we have on
Just-
design review board?
just one, right?
Just one on DRB.
Well, I think they're struggling for their relevance.
Mhm.
And, you know, I think there are things with signage that they're frustrated on. They don't feel like they're being heard. And I think I would agree with some of their concerns that, and maybe it's our code that,
We can always blame it on the code until we finish.
Well, a lot of it is our code.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not clear and objective. It's
Yeah.
not, you know.
And I think, you know, what is our intent with the sign ordinance? At this point, if you slap paint on a piece of plywood and hang it up, you get approved. And I'm not sure that was the intent of our sign code. I think we were trying to encourage these, you you know, kind of trade signs and artistic feel to them and I mean, I remember in the early 80s coming here and shooting a photo essay on the signs because they were so inspiring. It reminded me of what Colonial Williamsburg does with their trade signs. And it just seems like we've kind of gotten away from that concept to this, as long as it's on wood, approve it.
Right,
So,
hip nest.
yeah.
Get back to the agenda?
Yes, we can.
What, Nancy?
That's a little sidetrack on DRB.
Okay, but before we do, I just want to, just for Bruce, Carmel City Council contemplating what steps to take after city manager is in an altercation with the gallery owner, a physical altercation, and that was just recently.
So, yeah, I try to avoid those.
Getting harder and harder.
Trying to give the gallery owner a hug.
So,
Okay.
you know, Carmel isn't all roses, is all I'm saying.
That's a good one, Lisa. Okay, back to the agenda.
Yes.
So are we okay with all the city hall police station? Okay, we're starting it tomorrow. Okay, the next item, I think, is going to be addressed on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think so.
The status and schedule of funding bonding for construction projects.
Mhm.
That'll be a Tuesday.
Did my TSP initial discussion get out of place?
Mhm. No, right there,
Oh, it's there. It's.
thing.
But status and schedule, okay, you were just jumping ahead to status and schedule that got answered.
That's gonna be
It's
next,
going to be on,
next Tuesday.
The 19th.
Yeah,
okay. Now
I'm
we'll,
sorry, I had TSP right after City Hall and Police Station, but
Oh.
you're
I'm
just
talking
jumping
about,
ahead and taking that item off.
right, because it's gonna be discussed on Tuesday.
Okay,
Okay, we all clear on that? Okay, now we're ready for TSP. Initial discussion.
It also says, please note topics may not be discussed in the exact order listed on my agenda.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen it.
Are
Yeah.
you, it always
Well,
says that.
I know.
So do we want to move?
Well, just because Chet is here, I
That's-
thought,
Yeah, let's do the housing.
that?
yeah, housing thing.
Okay.
Are we okay with that, everyone?
And then come to
Okay.
TSP.
So just as I know, Trevor will be here anytime with lunch. I haven't heard from him yet, but just so you guys know, it is on its way.
Do we want to work through lunch? Maybe we should. Yeah.
Making sure you guys do, just
Yeah.
interruption purposes.
Okay, so we're gonna go down to the zoning and housing
Yeah.
section of the agenda. And within that, do we wanna, which one, which bullet point would you guys like to discuss first?
Well,
The housing.
housing
housing
size,
size,
workforce housing,
Yeah.
That's what I would.
doesn't zoning also
It'll come in.
apply?
Yeah, Yeah.
It'll work its way into
Yeah.
that.
okay, who would like to start?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Well, I just, no, I mean, I obviously I've made it, I've talked a lot about housing size and things like that. And that is more, I would like to talk about that, but I don't want to talk about it first because it's more of a, it has to do with the things like limiting height levels on the oceanfront setback, possibly increasing side yard setbacks on the oceanfront. So that when someone's walking down the street, they can actually see the ocean, you know, so you increase side yard setbacks. And it also has to do with size of housing and why it might be an idea to limit size. But I'd rather that we jump right, take the housing size and move it, you know, down one and just talk about workforce housing and housing now so that we address things that our audience, you know, because they're not directly related. They're not. I mean, no one is going to put workforce housing on the ocean front because no one could possibly afford the land.
Right.
You know, so that's a different topic. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about workforce housing
Yeah.
first.
Can we agree what workforce housing is?
Well, it's very similar to middle housing. I think it's the same thing. It's housing that somebody in that, I think $62,000 a year for a family of four, I think is what Chet said. Something that, like that, a teacher's salary
Chet, you want to come up?
or a hospital worker can afford. And, right now, we just don't have that in our town anymore. We don't. One of the reasons is because land is so damn expensive, and that's a real problem. So it seems that there has to be other solutions, maybe like using city land or some kind of renting or some kind of agency. It's a problem that I know has a solution. I just don't know what it is. So I'd like to hear from Chet about ideas of what a solution could be
Yeah, I think
in our town.
some of it has to do with density and looking at ways to incentivize density within town, because we can talk about projects. But I think we need to be hitting this housing front on, from every angle we can.
Do you mean like in a residential neighborhood, allowing fourplexes or sixplexes, that kind of thing?
ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, so I wouldn't necessarily jump to, 6-unit buildings,
Uh-huh.
but certainly increasing.
Currently, we have the zoning to allow that, but it would be an apartment. Currently we go to R3 is our maximum density for residential
Yes,
housing. So
yes.
I think this is something that it was certainly recommended in the housing report that was done.
Clatsop County Housing
Yes.
Report? Yeah, I saw that.
And it involves exactly what Gary's talking about. It's density.
Mhm.
And it's maybe giving allowances for height variances, maybe possibly a little less landscaping. So basically build out. And those are,
FAR give backs.
yes. And, so far there's been, other than discussion, we haven't done anything to accommodate that. And I think that discussion is certainly going to come up during the code audit.
Oh, I know it will.
It doesn't feel like we necessarily incentivize those things.
No, I think we do the exact opposite.
Yes.
But there's one thing I would say unequivocally for me is I would totally be against height limitation changes unless they were to go down, not up. And I'd totally be against, decreasing setbacks and having less, more lot coverage. And I think that would just completely ruin, I think you can do housing without doing those things in neighborhoods.
Well, it is possible, but it's much more difficult. And
Yeah,
if you look at what other communities are doing, they're doing exactly what's been recommended. And so you can use those communities as an example and take things that maybe fit with our community and perhaps not do the ones that
right.
the community doesn't feel on board with. But I don't want to get into an argument about this. I just want to know from the council that these are things that have to be discussed in order to move the discussion forward. Because otherwise we'll just keep the town and its setbacks and its height limitations and all of that the
Yes.
same. And, it just makes it that much more difficult to get to where I think we need to be.
And I don't agree that keeping the setbacks and height limitations the same, that makes that not possible to accommodate more, middle housing. I don't agree with that.
I kind of like,
You're gonna go down?
Hmm? No, I don't really. I wasn't serious about going down, but I was talking about.
So if you're not gonna go up and you're not gonna go out, then I'm not
I'm
sure.
talking about, well, you don't need a 3,000 square foot house for a single family. You can have two houses, two families living in that amount of space. You
Yeah,
don't need that. So that's,
I think maybe there's agreement
Yeah.
in there
Yeah.
that maybe the only way you get to 3,000 square feet or whatever that number is by ADU, duplex,
Mhm.
et cetera.
That's
Increasing
what
density.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about offering density bonuses to single family home construction. Not at all. I would only be willing to give density bonuses to a project that would accommodate workforce housing and the like.
right. So if you have a lot, let's say, and you have a 5,000 square foot lot, which is very common here,
Mhm.
and you wanted to put a duplex on it, and you needed a little, I wouldn't ever change the height limit, but I could see how there's a possibility that you might. Well, I don't see why you couldn't, right now you can build a 3,000 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot.
Yes.
According to FAR and lot coverage, you're able to do that. So you're talking about incentivizing somebody to put a duplex on instead of a single family
More
home.
density.
Well, duplex is more density, isn't it?
Well, I said beyond a duplex,
Like,
triplex on up.
well, don't we have parcels of land that are zoned for doing that now in the city?
Yes. And that's part of the discussion that.
And how
could move
successful
forward.
is it?
It's not as successful because all of that land's been used up and there's not as much R3 available to accommodate that density.
Even a lot of the R2 and R3, so we're coming back to zoning, is in wetland areas. So that's why zoning is an important part of this conversation. Because our zoning is totally messed up. We've got R2 and R3 in wetland areas. And I think sometimes R1 and RVL in areas where we actually could increase density. So zoning is a huge part of this conversation, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You ready to weigh in? I mean,
Yeah,
you've heard a little bit of.
I have. Yeah, I didn't prepare anything, obviously, but I'd like to just speak to several of the points in the models that we've looked at. So I think the first point I'd like to make is that workforce housing, which includes affordable housing, doesn't happen without some kind of subsidy. So as exciting as it would be to buy the 5 acres of R3 that's for sale in Tolovana right now, most of it on wetland. Right, for 3 million, that's only going to happen with market rate. If there's a market rate return on that investment, right? There's no precedent that I can find where workforce or affordable housing doesn't happen without significant subsidy, either free land or tax credits, federal low-income housing tax credits. Land, I think, is something we should talk about because there is some city-owned land. Tax credits, I'm not sure is the right demographic for the city of Cannon Beach, just to be totally frank. I think people who make 30% area median income and below, right? Those people transitioning from homelessness probably don't have the social services nearby to call this their home. So we're probably not going to build an apartment with low income housing tax credits. There's smaller incentives for 60% and below, but again, that demographic is, I think, maybe slightly different than would be best served by this community. So that's why we're drawn to the home ownership model, and there are duplexes are allowed by USDA. They have to be side-by-side duplexes because the tax lots underneath have to be individually specified in order to assign a mortgage to those. So that gets us away from issues of needing to stack duplexes. Obviously, they can be 2-story homes. But the other thing we like about it is that there's what's called a modest building limit. And in our county, that cost is $423,000 to build the structure, which by nature limits it to about 1,800 square foot per home. So that's a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single family home. It could be joined wall to wall with another home with a duplex. Conceivably, they could be stacked up as townhomes are with multiple units, again, only side by side, not stacked top and bottom. So obviously there needs to be zoning to support the duplex if that's the model we go for. But even without that, even single family homes, single family structures, with their own, 5 to 10 foot setbacks in
Thanks, Chuck.
yards, could be, I think, allowed in our current zoning. So, but I'll pose to the council, without naming any particular properties, and we've individually talked about some of these. I think free land is a huge need, especially if we're gonna hold these properties as affordable in perpetuity, or at least for as long as they can be deed restricted. Because the other challenge that I'm sure many of you are aware of, we have had some workforce housing projects here, some apartments that unfortunately converted to market rate within about a year or two. And so we certainly don't want to invest our time and resources building those structures that are not going to be held affordable, at least for 15 years at the bare minimum. 20 to 30 would be better. 99 years would be even better. Some legal challenges against the rule of perpetuities, how long you can deed restrict a property. I think it's 21 to 29 years, depending on how it's challenged. But that's where I'll either maintain that land in the ownership of the city or putting it in a community land trust. And there are many successful models of these. Proud Ground out of Portland has done many. There's a group in Bend called POUR, a whole bunch in the San Juan Islands of Washington State, Whidbey Island, and others that have community land trusts. So if there is free land available, and not in our city, but the Clatsop County has made surplus lands available, and we're actively exploring those in many different communities. The land can be available. I think we can build on the land for essentially no cost to the city or the nonprofit. No need to take out loans. At least put first-time homeowners into those homes and somehow protect that land for as long as we can as affordable. So at least when it's sold, it would pass to the next new family that's moved here that fits in that lower income, that workforce housing limit. Again, it was $62,000 for a family of 4. Most of the time, those would be a single earner household. I think that would qualify. There are details that I'm happy to discuss about how that process works. And if they go above it, they don't have to move out. But the idea would be when they're ready to sell, they would sell to another family that qualifies at whatever that income level is, that 80%. Area median income. That's how it's calculated. I'm looking at the HUD tables right now. If you have specific questions about what a smaller group would be able to earn, or a larger group, a family of 8 can earn up to almost $90,000. Sort of how HUD defines these income levels. So I'll pause there for 2 reasons. I know that lunch is here. You said you're gonna do a working lunch, so I don't want to talk through lunch, but also happy to field questions.
Chet, the one project that we did do that gave home ownership to residents was, Elk Creek Terrace. And my feeling about the problem with that was that once it went through one cycle of one owner, then it turned into a market rate home and took all of the affordability out of it. How does your model keep lower?
Yeah, so the model is to actually hold the land in some sort of either public or land trust ownership. So for example, if the city owned a parcel of land, and it could be as small as a single lot, the city would maintain ownership of the lot. The USDA would pay for the vertical construction to build the home on the lot and subsidize the mortgage to the first-time homeowner. So the owner would own the structure, but not the land. When they're ready to sell, they would sell the structure to the next person in that affordable category, and the city would maintain ownership of the land. City doesn't want to have to manage that. There are community land trusts that can be set up. There's actually one in Nehalem, has yet to be built on, but just right on the top of the hill outside of Nehalem. There's 5 acres that are in a community land trust there. So we have a local example. They're having issues getting water. It's outside the city limits, getting water supplied to that. It's the only thing that's held them back. But there are many models of this community land trust, and it's synergistic with the USDA model. There's a slight disadvantage for the homeowner. They don't get the equity on the land. They only get the equity on the structure. So it doesn't help them build as much equity, but it still gets them into a new home that they own for 0 down payment and a subsidized mortgage rate, which is 4% or less, depending on their income. All they have to do is pay back any subsidy, any mortgage rate that's less than 4%. They'll pay back either half of that or half of the increase in equity when they sell. So it's in the favor of the homeowner. The USDA is thrilled if the homeowner also owns the land and makes a profit when they sell, builds their equity that way. They're equally thrilled if the land is held publicly or held in trust. and passed on to the next new homeowner.
Is there a deed restriction in place? Is that how you stop it from going into the market rate?
The deed restriction, as I mentioned, has a time limit, and so that's why we try to stay away from those. The deed restriction would be the softest way to do it. So a 15-year deed restriction would hold up. I think a 21-year deed restriction would hold up. Beyond that, if the owner challenged it, based on the rule of perpetuities, as I understand, you're not allowed to deed restrict land forever. So the community land trust is a way to restrict that land forever, right? The land is owned by the community land trust or owned by the city. And that gets you around this rule of perpetuities.
Oh, okay.
Someone needs to manage the land trust. The idea would be to have a representative from a local city council, a representative from a county council, a representative from a school board, elected positions that would always be filled so that the land trust board is always filled. 99 years from now, I'm certainly not going to be sitting here. And so the idea is to have that community land trust always, the board is always filled with a range of interested. So someone from the hospital board perhaps sits on the community land trust board.
Could you send us some links to places where this has been done or that have, or they're successfully done? Because I'd some of these. Okay.
I just sent it to you to all your
Oh,
emails
okay.
while I was
Great.
waiting here. It doesn't, I'll send you the ones with the community land trust. Those are a
Yeah.
slightly different model. I've sent you the examples of the USDA section 502 developments
Okay.
like Menville. There's about 6 of them there that are really quite attractive. So I encourage you to look through the slideshows. They'll sort of scroll automatically as you go down. And also the links to the USDA program itself. What I haven't seen done is the land trust linked with the USDA. So we might be piloting that, but there are many land trusts that the homeowner owns the home and then is restricted in who they can sell it to when they pass it on. I haven't seen the USDA funds used to build the home on that land trust, but our contact, the USDA, Drew Davis, says it's absolutely fine to have the land owned by the city, by the county, or by a community land trust.
Wow.
And what if the entirety of the land trust were a mixed-use development? Would that affect at all the individual ownerships?
Help me understand the mixed use development part. So some business
There would
there
be
as well.
rentals.
Yeah,
That would be my idea of a mixed use, not the retail component
sure.
that you associate with other mixed use developments.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask about you're talking about home ownership models. So what kind of models out there for rental models,
Yeah.
even market rate rentals?
Right. Yeah. So the challenge with rentals is the cost, and especially right now with the high interest rates for construction loans, although I hear they're coming down as we speak, which is great news. But we're currently looking at over a 9% loan, even from Craft 3 or one of the nonprofit lenders. So very expensive to build rental units. In fact, you basically can't pay them back with the current construction interest rate loans with the rents you're allowed to charge if you use the HUD tables, which you would like to use to keep them affordable. So we currently, again, need some sort of subsidy, some sort of help in getting these rental units constructed. And that's where the low-income housing tax credits do wonderfully if your population is below 60% area median income or below 30% area median income. That's where the tax credits can come in and build the rental buildings and basically pay for that construction. Again, I'm not sure they would fit well in our community. And so that's where I'm at a loss for how to fund the construction of apartments, which would then be restricted to low income or workforce housing. You could do it at market rate, right? You get a community developer to come in and build it, but then it's going to be rented at market rate. And I think we have a number of those already. They're not enough, perhaps, but I'm not sure they would serve the workers that we're trying to help house. So that's the disconnect. And that's where I'm hoping my second proposal is to try to incentivize our second homeowners to long-term rent their homes when they're not.
A little more, how that might work.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And again, if you'd like to grab food while we chat.
Want to grab,
You want to hold that question, hold that answer, and we'll.
Yeah,
grab food and then come back?
yeah, I think we should.
And are we,
To me, it feels like it's past lunch. How about you?
okay, we are going to continue our discussion on housing. And the question that's on the floor is from Nancy.
The incentives for second homeowners.
Absolutely. So we've been looking at this issue with the help of Alyssa Gertler, who's now our county housing manager. I know she's going to come speak to your group in late January. She's absolutely wonderful, very knowledgeable. So it started with the idea, and quote Alyssa here, as a more of a stick than a carrot, for example, which would be the vacancy tax. Vacancy taxes have been passed mostly successfully in Canada and Vancouver, BC, where they have a massive housing shortage, in Toronto. They have been passed in San Francisco and Portland, but they're currently being challenged in the courts. So I don't know that we have a great precedent in the United States yet for this. But as again, quoting Alyssa, instead of having a stick, if we had a carrot, or at least an orange colored stick that looked like a carrot, we might be able to also incentivize people to open their home. So the way vacancy taxes work is if your home is unoccupied for more than 6 months a year, not long-term rented, not occupied by yourself, you pay an extra fee. And that fee goes back to subsidizing housing for the people who need it in whatever form the community decides to.
How do you define occupy?
Yeah, so they use a mix. I sent you links to the various articles describing these, but they use a mix of tax returns for where your permanent residence is, and I think attestations and other things that you're sort of in the house for more than 6 months a year. Or of course, you have a lease agreement and you've shown that it's been long-term rented. But enforcement is a challenge, and I'm not suggesting that we go down this route here. I think rather I would suggest, and this is again an early idea, but I'm open to conversations and feedback. If the city was willing to reduce even very slightly the property taxes on second homeowners who demonstrated that they provided a long-term rental at an affordable rate, not at market rate, but at an affordable rate to a working member of our community, let's say at least 6 months a year, maybe 9 months a year would be the goals, or the off season, using their houses here in the summer. Many of these homes sit vacant because of our progressive policy on short-term rentals, which I think is great. There's not a lot of turnover in these homes. If we could incentivize second homeowners by, say, giving them a tax holiday on the city portion of the property tax. And I'm not thinking we're going to get a ton of these. So I don't think it's going to dig into the revenue of the city that much. But I'm imagining we would get at least some second homeowners that would homes for term. The reason that I'm drawn towards this 9-month period, partly for our teachers who come here in the first few years, they're on a probationary status. They're not going to probably buy a home in those first 2 years. And certainly they need to be here for those 9 months of the school year, which happens to also be the off season for the summer weather. Maybe after 2 9-month rentals, their contract would become more permanent. They would feel comfortable purchasing a house, and we could then help them through the USDA program or otherwise. But it would be just fantastic, I think, to take some of the existing housing inventory we have. If you look at that 2019 county housing report, we actually have a surplus of housing in the county. It's just a lot of it are second homes and are largely unoccupied. So, I mean, I'm imagining even if we got 10 second homeowners to take advantage of a small property tax reduction and rent their homes for 9 months a year on a pilot program, that would be a win. And we wouldn't have to change zoning. We wouldn't have to raise the money to build rental apartments. We wouldn't have to figure out how to enforce them. And again, the reason I'm drawn to the 9 months is there are very progressive landlord tenant laws in Oregon, which I generally support, but they do unfortunately have the side effects sometimes of discouraging people from signing leases that are longer than a year, because there are then rules about evicting that tenant. And so if you're renting for less than 9 months a year, less than 12 months continuously, those landlord tenant laws don't apply. So that may be further incentive to the homeowner who's worried about having a tenant that they're not able to evict, which is a real concern, an unfortunate side effect of these progressive landlord programs that have been passed fairly recently.
Is there a limit on the amount of rent that can be charged then? Because you talk about affordable rental.
That's how I would propose it, so that these second homeowners are not renting their homes at market rate, because there are a number of those. There aren't many, but there are a number of those in this community already. So I would propose that in order to take advantage of some sort of tax break, to be determined what that is, that the rental you could use the HUD tables, and you could say, person you're renting to makes this amount annually, and therefore the rent is set at this limit. And I can got the tables in front of me. I can send the links around. So therefore, we know that they're being rented at an affordable rate, at a rate that those working professionals can afford to pay. Because the way the HUD tables are set, it's just below 30% of their annual income, which is the definition of not being rent burdened or burdened by excessive rent. Our market rates here, I think, are rent burdening for most of our working community members. So the idea would be to create a system where they're not rent burdened and they have a place to live, at least for most of the season. Now, the challenge is what you do in the summer, and that's something we'll need to solve. Some people will travel, if they're not working over the summer, will travel during that time. So it's not a perfect solution, but I think it's something that could be implemented fairly rapidly without a lot of pushback, because it's not a penalty. It's just an incentive program to sign up and try it for a year. Great. If it didn't work for you, don't have to try it the next year. If we could just create a little pool of long-term rentals, I think we might just chip away at the problem.
I just wonder if the incentives would be enough to actually, even out the amount of money that people would make through short-term rentals. And because they do say that, I don't know if this is true, but a lot of the things I've read have said that long-term rentals are harder on the property because there's somebody there all the time. I actually don't know if I believe that, because it seems to me if you have constantly new people coming in all the time who are not vested in living in the place, that they would take less care of it than somebody who's there for 9 months. But putting that aside, I just don't know. I'm wondering if the property tax incentive would be enough to, to make that worthwhile to people.
Yeah, I think like if I could interrupt, I don't think we're going to be able to get people to convert from short-term rentals to long-term rentals. I don't think the economics would make sense because they're going to make more short-term renting at market rates, even if they can only rent half of the month. 14 days a month, I think, is our current rule. What I'm hoping to do is open up homes that are otherwise vacant, because people do not either want to mess with the long-term rentals, or they don't, or they're the 2-week short-term rental turnaround. So their home is otherwise just sitting there unoccupied and creating no profit. They're paying a property tax.
Yeah.
Question, they would get a modest income from even these subsidized, or not,
Right.
but even these HUD table affordable rates, was more than they're getting now if they're not renting. Then they would further get, this is a way to get their attention, hey, pay less property tax and make, a decent amount of money.
Their house would be heated well in the winter, so that would keep
Right.
cold away. And
Exactly. And the tenants could pay the utilities and things. That's very typical with these HUD tables. These are rent only, and then you pay utilities on top of that. It's just an idea. To be honest, it's fairly early in its development. I've had a chance to bounce it off a few people like Alyssa and others who thought it's worth talking about. And again, as a pilot program, maybe we only get 1 or 2 people who try it the first year, but we get a sense of how it's working without really a significant loss of city revenue. Certainly, that's not my goal.
the vacancy tax, I'm familiar with it because I have relatives who live in British Columbia.
Sure.
And, it's not popular at all among people who have second homes or who have are wealthy. I mean, they don't like it, but it seems to be working. I know there would be huge backlash here to do something like that, but again, there's always a backlash and then things kind of even out. So
So, I'm sorry, do you have an answer for
I
that?
do, yeah. So what originally drew us to this idea was the concept of a vacancy tax, and that it could create a revenue stream that could help either subsidize or pay for other affordable housing. What's less appealing right now are the legal challenges. I would not recommend, I guess, that the city wade into all the politics that are going to happen around trying to get that approved until we know if it holds up in the courts. If
Okay.
it does hold up in the courts, then I think it's a fantastic model to explore as a way to both incentivize people to rent long-term and create a revenue stream for those who choose not to do that, that the city could use for affordable housing. But based on the current legal challenges in both San Francisco and Portland, as I understand them, are currently still pending, don't think it's worth the heartache at the moment to go through that process until we know if they can hold up in this country.
But that's the sole intention of that vacancy tax would be to put it into some kind of housing or affordable housing fund.
That's how I would propose it to be used.
And it's possible, if we get there, as far as legal challenges, that that tax could be waived if doing something like what you're saying for the 9-month rental.
Absolutely. And that's currently how they are constructed, even in Vancouver.
Okay.
I believe, and in Toronto and the ones that have passed, I believe they passed with the voters in Portland and San Francisco, but now they've of course been challenged as new laws. And so yes, exactly. You don't pay the vacancy tax if you long-term rent your home. I think it's 6 months is the cutoff that most of these other jurisdictions have used. So if you long-term rent for 6 months or more, you don't pay the vacancy tax. If you live there yourself for 6 months, you don't pay the vacancy tax. But if your home sits empty and I don't know how they deal with short-term rentals, to be honest, but I think that may just be another category. There's probably a tax on the short-term rentals as there often are. If your home's sitting empty and not being used, that's when you pay the vacancy tax.
And if you're ill, like go into a hospital or something, that's an exception. They don't make you pay the tax while you're, I mean, there's all kinds of exceptions for special circumstances. Because that was what I heard people complaining about. Oh, what if I get, but no, that doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah, right. The goal is not to follow you around, penalize you and
Right.
step off of your property. The goal is, and I think we can observe it in our neighborhoods here. There are many houses that sit vacant and are not short-term, not long-term rented, and are largely not used perhaps by their owners very often. Could find a way to incentivize some of those homes to enter the long-term rental market. It seems like a win, but I'm sure I haven't thought through all the public opposition that we'll hear on that. But again, no one would be affected if they didn't want to participate. Their property taxes stay the same. There's no fees, there's no penalty, there's no enforcement. It's just a voluntary program.
And there might be a lot of people, or some people anyway, from elsewhere who are concerned about affordable housing, who would be interested in doing the incentivization of their houses as second homes, who knows?
Sometimes I wonder if we've never asked these people,
Mhm.
and maybe we wouldn't even need to incentive. You just say, hey, do you want somebody to take care of your house?
Right.
Excuse me, a lot of them are already paying, landscapers.
Groundskeepers.
And then check and make sure everything's okay and nothing's leaking, and they could have somebody that was there every day taking care of their home.
Yeah, it's a wonderful idea. Yeah, instead of paying cottage keepers or the equivalent to come around, watchmen to come around and check that your water heater hasn't sprung a leak.
You have a much more positive viewpoint of those homeowners. than I do.
If you don't ask, you don't
I
know.
think one of the things that you have to realize though is that there's a certain segment of housing that fits that sweet spot.
Right.
And, when you take houses that we have that are large, expensive, they're just not going to be converted into rentals, which isn't in the homeowner's self-interest. It wouldn't be affordable rent for whoever could rent it anyways. And so I don't know whether, it seems to me like the vacancy tax would target those properties that wouldn't have been a rental anyways, other than a vacation rental.
Mhm.
And that what we could do to target the housing that really is a candidate for renting, I'm not sure. I've always wrestled with this in my mind.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm not convinced that a large home that was required to be rented at an affordable rate wouldn't be a good candidate.
It's not that it wouldn't be a good candidate. It's just that I don't think the incentive's there to make it worthwhile to the homeowner.
Sure.
To offer basically discounted rent.
Yeah, for the price that they're paying in property tax, and property taxes are, I think, quite low here compared to other parts of the country that I'm familiar with. So you may be right, and I don't expect to get the multi-million-dollar waterfront homes, but a large home, we wouldn't necessarily, because we would use the HUD tables to determine the rent based on the number of renters and their income, their family income, or the combined income of the renters, if it was more than one family unit. I guess I'm not as concerned about the square footage of the home having to make sense on a market scale. Does that make sense? If you have a 10-bed home willing to participate in this program and 2 people rent it and pay the equivalent on the HUD tables of 2 people renting it, and you're at least getting more income than zero, and you're getting a break in your property tax. So you're net positive compared to your home sitting empty. it's not, I absolutely agree. And Lisa made this point. We're not going to compete with the short-term rental, right? You could rent that 10-bedroom home for tens of thousands of dollars in the high season, certainly. So we're not going to be able to compete with that. It's the homes that are otherwise sitting empty.
That is a discussion we've asked to have amongst ourselves about how to regulate STRs moving forward. It's, yet to be determined, but.
Yeah, it might be interesting to try to roll this into that regulation. Because I think it's appealing the way that, I mean, personally, I feel that it's appealing the way that the city's managed it so far, first with the lottery system, and as that's expiring now, this once every 2 weeks, as I understand, or 14 days maximum. And so I'm supportive of that. I wonder if there's another way to roll in a long-term rental incentive into whatever new programs come out. I don't have the idea off the top of my head, but just keeping that in mind, that if people can make so much more with a short-term rental, if it's allowed, is there a way to incentivize them to instead long-term rent that same property?
One way to do is if you put a cap on short-term rentals and didn't permit any new short-term rentals over a certain amount. And then anything else after that, you did allow, you did encourage long-term rentals. Someone who couldn't short-term rental because of the cap might be willing to rent their place out for 6 months in the winter or 9 months, just to make the income, to help with their payments.
How big of a property tax incentive percentage wise?
So I just asked Bruce and I haven't run these.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was trying to figure out so the maximum that I could envision would be the city would reduce the city's portion to zero. Obviously, they're still paying school district, county, all other service districts. I was trying to find out during lunch. That's how prepared I was for this conversation, what that would look like. And again, I'm not expecting it to be this major financial carrot, right? Partly because the city doesn't want to afford it, and partly, or I assume they don't want to afford it, and partly because the homeowner is not, the property taxes they pay is a small portion of their net worth, right? If they can afford to own a second home. So I'm not expecting it to be like this. I just, I won the lottery. I got this amazing tax holiday, right?
Yeah, right.
But just a way to get their attention, right? As it goes out in the community newsletters, we reach out and say, hey, the city has a new plan for affordable housing, workforce housing. You can reduce your property taxes by X% if you participate in this program. Want to learn more, talk to Robert or Steve or whoever we decide is the right person to manage this, or me, right? We can run it through the nonprofit as just a way to match the matchmaking with the workers and the homeowners.
If you had that in combination with a cap on short-term housing, then I could see it might work, because you'd have to have, if someone knew that they couldn't short-term, they're on the list, but they might not be able to short-term rent their house for 2 or 3 years. Then they might be more willing to take advantage of this program.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I haven't run the number of short-term rentals or looked at the alternatives for how that would be managed, but it makes sense. Yeah, that if short-term rentals are not an option for that property, this could look more appealing. And they will make income from the long-term rental, right? It may not be quite at the market rate, but it's not, it's not always half of market rate, right? So you could rent it for 2 weeks at market rate, or you could rent it for 4 weeks at this affordable rate. And those may come out fairly similar. Actually, to be honest, I haven't studied the market rate short-term rentals here. The Airbnbs are incredibly high, right? The 2 and 3 night turnarounds. I haven't studied what you get if you rent for a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time. Clearly it's
Not great.
yeah, exactly. So I'm actually thinking that renting for 4 weeks on the HUD tables may not look that different if that's your comparison point. And yeah, certainly if you weren't allowed to rent short-term, I don't want to wade into that debate. That's not my job and I haven't done the background on it, but I think just considering that as the council moves forward, just any lever we can turn to incentivize housing our community members as opposed to maybe housing people visiting from outside the community I would be supportive of that.
One thing that I've just thought of is that you could, adjust the amount of incentive to match the amount of rent that they'd be willing to discount.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So the two sum up to equal something that's appealing.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this because it's very derogatory.
Oh, I understand what you're getting at. Yeah.
But I see it as being a very real possibility that a homeowner, that offering subsidized rent somehow, to a stigmatized population, and they'd just be unwilling to do that. And
Sure.
I don't like to think that of people,
Mhm.
but I do know it's a common pushback whenever a community wants to do anything that involves affordable housing, it instantly raises people's hackles about having those people
Sure.
in it.
Understand what you mean.
It's a big difference between, I don't use the term affordable housing, because I think of it as a government thing. Workforce housing, why wouldn't you want a teacher in your house
know,
or
so
a
if-
firefighter, or, you know what I mean? It's not putting the homeless population into your community. It's,
Exactly, but do those positions necessarily need subsidized rent?
here,
Yeah, they're having trouble finding places to live.
yeah.
I think more so than affording places to live. And so I think, and again, and I can look up what the rents are, for a teacher that might make $50,000 a year. For example, if they had a family of four, they might come in, $67,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
And so they could probably afford, if the housing was available, they could probably afford market rate apartments in Seaside or something. But even those are difficult to come by. We have teachers living 5, 6 to an apartment, 2, 3 bedroom apartment as if they're college students, right? Sharing rooms with bunk beds before they, have larger families themselves. So just creating the availability, even if it wasn't heavily subsidized. And so these, using these HUD tables, I've got the rent here, I think on the first page, they might be able to charge, $1,200, $1,500 a month for a group of 4 people earning, this amount. So it's not a tiny rent, right? It's not a heavily subsidized rent. I mean, the HUD tables go down to $333 a month for someone at 30% AMI. But it's about 20-30% below market rate. Creates, to be honest, I haven't run that number. I think it depends on where you are on the table. I believe a house this size would be 2,500 a month roughly, give or take. Again, I haven't looked at the recent listings. So we're talking about little more than half of that. By actually creating the vacancy, creating a rentable unit, I think is more important than the price, as long as that price is within reach of the people that we're trying to house. And the only reason I suggest the HUD tables is just sort of an unbiased way to say, when you're going to rent to this person, this is going to be the rent, so that we don't end up with a market rate, long-term rental competition where everyone's raising the prices because this is what they can extract out of the renter.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to think of a fair way. If the city were to incentivize it, is there a fair way to set the rents so that everyone's paying their basically 30% of their income for rent? And that the second homeowner is not like, this is a profit model. This is a way to get around that short-term rental law. I'll do a long-term rental and I'll charge them $5,000 a month because I have a beautiful house. That's the reason I'm suggesting these tables. Another model could definitely be used for the rent.
Right. And you're not going to get the 10,000 square foot oceanfront home at the north end. They're never going to do it. And they don't have to. They
Right.
don't need an incentive. They can afford what they've got and they don't care. But there's a lot of houses that are, lesser than that.
Yeah.
I think it would need to be quite a bit less.
Yeah, well, that house is the same, but
Yeah, but I kind of want to come back to Mayor Knopf's suggestion that I think some percentage of people we might get are the people who actually just want to do good for the community. So you're right, and it's not the $5 to $8 million home, right, on Chapman Point, but $1 million home in the presidentials that someone has no problem paying for, but has a little guilt maybe about they bought this house, it sits empty all year, they've heard about the housing crisis, they've experienced the housing crisis in their own community, wherever that may be, Seattle, Portland, are common places for our second homeowners to live, and are thinking, wow, hey, cool, look at this, I could save on my property taxes and I could house somebody in my otherwise vacant second home. Like, there's some good karma that comes along with that. And I think we might get a couple people to sign up just because of that. And a couple more people maybe to hey, I want to also make $1,500 a month in the off season. That's money in my pocket that I wouldn't otherwise have. So I think that combination may get us there. Without a vacancy tax, I don't think we'll be able to turn the screw enough for anyone who is doing this for purely economic reasons.
Since free land is one of the key subsidies. I'm assuming you've done an inventory of city-owned buildable properties. Can you give us some ideas of what our options are there?
Yeah, again, I didn't
Leading question, I said.
I didn't prepare a presentation today. I know you have other agenda items, so I don't want to take too much more time. But let's take the RV park as an example, because I know several of us have talked about that. So city owns the RV park, as you all know, and it does generate some revenue, although it's hard to put a number on exactly what that is. So one idea would be to explore that property, or maybe a mix of ownership homes. If we could find a way to build some higher density rental apartments there as well, and that could be appealing. But again, a pilot program, I might just suggest a pilot program where we take 2 or 3 of the sites at the very back of the RV park and use USDA funds to build 2 home ownership homes for teachers, say firefighters. The USDA would have to have this income cap, the $62,000 income cap. Firefighters may not quite qualify. Nurses, right? Starting nurses, and just keep the city keeps the ownership, right? City owns the land, so we know it'll always be affordable or could be used for whatever. USDA builds the home and gives the low interest rate time mortgage to the homeowner, and we just see what happens. You can see pictures of the kind of homes we can build with this $4,200 modest building limit, with about 1,800 square feet, 16.
About $235 per square foot with that model. Does that square with?
Yeah, and that's super cheap, but here's the reason. So the other part of the USDA model is that there's actually sweat equity that the homeowner puts in. So they're required to put in some time to help build the home. And you also use some volunteer, you have sort of it's like a Habitat for Humanity kind of model where you chip in and help build the home on the weekends. So the link I sent you, the Community Home Builders in McMinnville, has been doing this really effectively, where they basically have work parties every weekend for the future homeowners, and other volunteers from the community come out and essentially raise the barn, if you will. Still using the trades, of course, for electrical and plumbing and any other technical work. It's a way to keep those building costs down. So it's very cheap compared to the building costs that we typically have here. And the size may need to scale down a little bit, or maybe it needs to be a duplex and share a wall to get those costs down a little bit. But that would be the idea. Try that, see how it goes. If there's enough demand, if it works well, do 2 more. I'm saying 2 because the idea of having a shared wall duplex seems appealing. And then at some point, maybe switch to apartments or rentals, or leave the rest of it as an RV park if it's not working. But I think it could be a way to just sort of dip our toe into this concept and see how many buyers are out there. We're planning to hold a focus group with the school district right after the new year and just see how many people would sign up on a waiting list for an ownership home that's in this USDA category. And we're advised that you always want 2 or 3 people for any home you're building, because some people change their plans, they move away. And you just need a qualified buyer on the list at any given time for the USDA to write the monthly checks that offset the building costs. So it's essentially a debt-free way to build a home, because you can invoice USDA every month for the cost of the construction, and they will basically pay that to the contractor, and it's going in the bank as the future mortgage to this home buyer. Then gets the mortgage at the end. Nice thing is the mortgage is smaller too, because they're not paying for the land, they're just paying for the structure. So the mortgage is actually going to be about $423,000 if we hit this modest building limit target. So it's a smaller mortgage with lower interest rates than you would have to do if you bought a piece of land and the home on top in most communities on the coast.
Well, I guess a question just coming to, what happens if the homeowner is, forced into some type of default situation?
Yeah.
Just get sold.
I'll need to read more about that before I can answer it definitively. I believe it's like any other mortgage where the bank, which is the USDA in this case, would reclaim the home. And I don't know how they dispose of it. It's a terrible word, but I believe that's the term. I don't know if they auction it or whether they would look for another qualified buyer, but I haven't gotten that deep into the rules. I'm sure it's well covered in the USDA documentation.
Because I assume, program like that, if you had a scarcity of units, there'd be some sort of waiting list.
Right.
People would like to become involved with it.
Yeah, my vision, discounting any USDA rules would be absolutely to have another qualified buyer on the list. And I think this would be the case whether they chose to sell or whether for some reason they weren't able to make their mortgage payments. You would have other qualified buyers on a waiting list and you would offer the home to those next qualified buyers. And that's how I imagine the land trust would work, or a city-owned land would work. You would have a waiting list at all times. And when one of those properties comes up for sale, you would offer it to the next person on the waiting list who meets those workforce housing qualifications, like earning below 80% AMI for their family. The nice thing, the way the USDA does it, instead of having a 1, 2, 3 person family, they assume 4-person family is the minimum. So they go up on the HUD tables all the way to that 4-person level, and then they again jump all the way to 8 persons. So if you have 1 to 4 people, they're looking at a 4-person income limit, which is where we get the $67,000 a year, and or 8 persons. They don't try to split hairs and say, oh, it's a 2-person household or a 3-person. So you get that benefit of assuming there might be extra people in the home eventually when you qualify initially. And again, if you go over it, they don't force you to move out. You just pay the full only 4% mortgage rate. If you make less than that, you could be subsidized down to as low as 1% mortgage rate, which those of us who remember 5-10 years ago sounds really good. You do have to pay that. Any difference between the 4% and what you're paying, they call that the subsidy. And when you sell the home, you do pay back a portion of that subsidy, but never more than half of the increase in the value of the home. You'll get the benefit of the appreciation of the home, at least half of its appreciation. If there's some subsidy left, you'll pay that back.
See any other city-owned properties, not even small ones that
Yeah,
offer opportunities?
biggest and the driest. It is federal money, so we have to be outside the 100-year floodplain, which most of that RV park is, especially the higher portions. There's a lot of wet properties around, which could be built upon, but they cost a little bit more to prep the site and things. So yeah, there's not a lot of, I haven't done an exhaustive search of the city-owned properties, but when Jeff Adams and I went through all of even the vacant lands in the city, there weren't a ton of choices. There is Southwind, if and when we're done working in Southwind, I picture this as another perfect site for this kind of a development. And maybe by then we'll have some money to do some apartment buildings and things like that. But in terms of currently doing Southwind right now would not be feasible, right? Because USDA will not pay to run roads and plumbing and sewers and electrical up to a site. But once the site is prepped, they'll basically pay for everything in the property limit. You need to get sewer, water, power to the edge of the property. They'll pay for undergrounding and foundation and vertical construction and everything within the property lines.
But would the cost of putting the pilings down 100 feet or whatever, it has to be done on the Southwind site, that's going to increase the cost.
That's true, right? You do have your modest building costs. Yeah, so depending on soil stability on Southwind, that's not something I've looked at. I've heard rumors that it's not great, but I haven't looked at the building cost on Southwind. I was more thinking about the infrastructure. Once the infrastructure is in place for the police station, I believe is
Actually making it firm enough so it's not going to slide down a hill or slide.
yes, that would probably get beyond your modest building limit. Great point. Thank you. If you have other city properties in mind, feel free. I probably know of them. I'm just not thinking of them.
Well, I know when the city did a report, task force report, what was about 8-10 years ago or something, when you were on the task force, the housing task force here.
2014, 15.
Yeah. They talked about putting housing where the Tolovana Hall is and the Buchanan Beach Academy.
Sure.
And I don't know that there's any interest at all in doing that anymore. But there was that particular piece of land that the city owned.
Sure. And most of that land being put to good use now with the academy and the.
Well, at that time, the school wasn't being used. And so they were talking about possibly building, not tearing down Tolovana Hall, but using that other portion of the lot for housing.
Sure.
8 to 10 units or something like that. And then there's a right of way that on the south side, I think, of that land that also was considered possible for building. And nothing ever came of that because the school came in and so forth. And then we were talking about doing park model homes on the RV park. And then we had problems with state building codes. So, but that was the one. And then of course they had there was some talk about building apartments on the parking lots along Spruce.
Mhm.
And that didn't go very far either.
What about, did they ever talk about where Tolovana Hall is and west of the up to the street? Did they ever talk about using that land? Not where the school is, but just Tolovana Hall itself and west towards the.
I don't think they wanted to tear down Tolovana Hall.
I remember that.
Yeah,
But if we end up with the school as.
that might be a discussion. I don't know.
I mean, Tolovana Hall is not used very much.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, so that's something to look at anyway.
I know we've all been on committees though that have looked for places to build the academy and, all of that, and there really isn't a lot.
Mm-mm. No,
There isn't. And we were gonna put the academy at the RV park, right back there in the corner.
Oh, interesting,
So,
interesting.
and they were also going to put it on South Wind too.
oh, that was very first, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was gonna be across the street from the fire department, and
Yeah.
but that was gonna cost.
Yeah, you know the land resources in the city better than I do, I think, but I think even just some pilot projects to let us test the waters. How many potential home buyers do we have? Can we build a couple of these and get people housed happily and show the community, I think. And if you scroll through the photos that I sent from the community home builders in McMinnville, you'll see these are very attractive homes. They build them in sets of 10 there just to save. They get a different kind of grant to pay to build them in mass. And certainly if we scaled up to that, eventually we could do that as well. So you'll see some repeated designs, throughout the development. But I think you'll be impressed. I'm impressed at least by the quality of the construction and the appearance from the outside. They don't look like mobile homes, right? Manufactured dwellings. They don't have that low income feel to them. They look like very modest suburban homes. And certainly we could, fit with the cottage aesthetic in Cannon Beach, right? And at least put big shingle siding on there. Real cedar shakes are a little expensive at the moment, but certainly try to match that aesthetic in the neighborhood as well. My goal is at the end of the day, no one would know that these were subsidized or affordable houses. And I think that's a matter of equity for the homeowner as well, right? That we don't come in and make a big deal out of putting an affordable housing development in a certain neighborhood, just building homes for the working professionals in our community and taking advantage of some federal programs to help make that possible. Rather than, and even spreading them out among the community, I think is a great idea, as opposed to having a development where all the affordable homes are located and the homeowners worrying about their property values, the adjacent homeowners. So that's really.
What's the status of the property in Arch Cape that you talked to us about?
Yes, that's currently on hold. The county did an inventory of all their surplus lands for buildability and feasibility. The Arch Cape property came out near the bottom of that list, and other properties in Warrenton and Gearhart came out higher on that list. So we've pivoted and we're exploring those properties at the moment and waiting on the Arch Cape property, because the Arch Cape would require roads and sewer and water to be run into the area. These other properties have services right in the adjacent streets. Some of them are already in subdivisions. So we're spending our efforts there at the moment, but we'd love to do something in parallel in Cannon Beach, especially with some of these properties, again, that have services right nearby. I think this USDA model is ideally set up for, if services are in the street, the USDA can essentially pay for everything else once you're on the property.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to get into this, but I think about Sea Ranch and walking through there and all of the infrastructure that's there and trees already cleared. And it seems like it's got a lot of possibility for housing. The zoning is
Manufactured dwelling, I believe.
manufactured dwelling. So that might be a little limiting. But it's a property that would have to be acquired, or are there other solutions that can be considered there?
Yeah,
And I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
No, I'm happy to talk about it at this point. So we've considered it carefully. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be listed on the market for market rates. So I don't think it's affordable for our purposes. But it would certainly be a very appealing location, and already having those little cabins would be great. But again, that's where I'm drawn more to the Cannon Beach RV Park, because it's under city ownership already.
Yeah.
Certainly, if there was a way to acquire Sea Ranch or any equivalent property in the county, I think that would be wonderful. But that's where the initial investment is challenging. It has been done, in this group in McMinnville, they purchased the land themselves. They immediately subdivide it and put the cost of the land into these USDA mortgages. And there's an extra amount for the land, right, beyond the modest building limit, so they're not limited to 423 for the whole site. They can charge an extra, I think, 150,000 for the land. But they're getting very cheap land. This is sort of on the edge of agricultural zones in McMinnville and Yamhill and areas like that. I don't think there's land that's that cheap on the coast, at least not that I've been able to locate. So that's a barrier, I think.
Was my understanding of that property. It's inevitable that it will be listed
Yes.
maybe sooner rather than later. So, yeah, I don't know. I just,
If there are resources to be pooled to purchase that land, it's a fantastic site.
Any idea what the list price might be?
Don't think I should comment on that. But we're not in a position to purchase it as a nonprofit. But I'm glad you brought it up, because it's the kind of thing we should be looking for, right? Large pieces of land with infrastructure already could be rapidly converted to housing. I'm all in favor of.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, but there may be other places like that, maybe within the city limits, maybe outside the city limits, but I still think the Cannon Beach RV Park, and I know the neighbors may push back as they all signed letters years ago against the tiny homes, I hear. But I think if it was presented correctly as a place to house working professionals in ownership models, with plenty of storage on sites, there's not stuff in the yard, et cetera, here were some of the concerns at the time. I think it could be an appealing use of that property. And again, not committing the entire thing at once, but just a couple homes at a time. And if it's a workable model, build it out. If it's not a workable model, there's just 2 extra caretaker homes at the back of the Cannon Beach RV Park. And maybe the group from Hallmark, whoever manages it, is able to house their employees there. And that's, I think that would be a win for the community as well.
Well, and I think setting it up as a pilot project would be a little more appealing. I still don't understand why it wouldn't be appealing to live in a neighborhood with other working professionals, but
especially if it was well designed.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
And it seems like it
the
could be.
tiny home thing, it sounded like a great idea back then, but then, there were hurdles, and probably there were hurdles, because I don't think it would have been a great plan, but
Yeah, it sounded like
something temporary.
yeah,
That's the whole point, is
Right.
that those structures would be removable and you wouldn't be out
right,
anything other than the
Yeah.
cost of the, initial outlay.
right.
And at that time, it was $10,000 a piece or something. I think that's what it.
Yeah, but the pilot program to me is very appealing.
Mhm.
As and let the neighbors conceive that, if they have a teacher living there and a hospital, a nurse
Mhm.
and their family, why is that not better than someone with an RV?
But any kind of pilot program would take away some of the current RV spaces that are currently managed.
I believe so. Yeah, I don't think there's extra space in the RV park, as I understand it. So it would be 2 or 3 RV spots, probably converted to 2 homes. Again, these are modest homes, so we're not talking about a sprawling mansion, right? They would be.
So we have
But
a management contract out on that. Do we know at least the
Expiration.
expiration and terms there?
I know some of the terms, and I know that we did a extension on the management contract about 2 years ago.
And so it's a 3-year contract or 5-year contract or?
Looking at
So I'd love to talk to you about experiences with looking at it for the academy
yes,
and who was involved in that.
definitely. That'd be really helpful. Yeah, we need to learn more about available lands.
Boy, this was really helpful.
Yeah.
Chad,
All very- Actually, letting me intrude.
gives me some hope too.
How long would it take for something like that to get geared up?
I think it could be fairly rapid. I mean, it's the standard building permit process. So assuming that no rezoning is needed, there would be a subdivision, most likely, if it were the RV park. We would need a tax lot defined underneath the USDA home. So that would be, well, your guess is as good as mine, what that would involve in terms of approval at the city level and public comment. If it were the lots we're looking at up north are just, already predefined tax lots. And the USDA can, as soon as they have a qualified buyer, they can immediately begin to pay for that. So there's an environmental assessment that needs to be done to qualify for sort of federal. It's basically a NEPA style assessment to satisfy the federal requirements. But other than that, I think it can begin fairly rapidly. So the nice thing is you're not going into the low income housing tax credit pool, which is only once a year. You're not asking for lift funds from the state, which is only once a year. They're able to move fairly rapidly. Again, with the qualified buyer or 3 on the hook. We would want 3, right? They only need 1, but we would have a wait list where we'd feel comfortable breaking ground. I think it could happen fairly rapidly, other than the contractual negotiations around the RV park and what it would take to subdivide that.
And you mentioned something about potentially the management company being able to utilize that. Is that?
Yeah, I think when I mentioned that, I meant it as if the pilot fails and there's now a home in the back of the RV park, perhaps it could be, the management company could continue to manage it and utilize it. I guess they could even rent it as a small vacation home or something, short-term rental. That would be the fallback plan, right? So there's not a structure there that's abandoned. But I think we would try to put working professionals in there with the USDA program first. It could be city staff, it could be teachers, it could be little workers. We'd see who's interested on that wait list.
I would think the management company also experiences the need.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Forced development.
Yeah, certainly our restaurateurs, our hoteliers have expressed to me in the group meetings we've had at the chamber that they are desperate for places to house their employees. So part of determining how this pilot runs, I think, is thinking of both the greatest need, but also the best way to introduce this to the community. And so I think being strategic about where we recruit from, which I believe we're allowed to do for this. We're not bound by fair housing rules and things because these aren't rentals. So being strategic about this initial recruitment so that we have a really nice rollout of, clearly working community members who benefit from this. And then the community sees that, we hopefully get some buy-in to continue to build out the program. So I'm not saying no to the people who manage the RV park. Obviously, they'd be wonderful to house as well. But I think just being very about who are the first homeowners, so that we can set a really nice precedent, and then those homes will be passed on to workers, in perpetuity would be the goal.
Do you face any problems with discriminatory housing in terms of violating federal discriminatory laws?
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned in terms of the fair housing laws. They certainly apply to rentals, and certainly any landlord who rents more than 4 properties, it's to be very keenly aware of those. I believe with the USDA program, because it's actually a one-on-one relationship between the future homeowner and the USDA, I don't want to say less managed, but it's managed by different rules. I think as the city would probably need to consult with an attorney and make sure that we're very careful about how this is managed, how the wait lists are managed. And maybe that's where the nonprofit can help by maintaining wait lists and suggesting applicants. But I can tell you that there can be some shuffling of the wait lists to match the AMI criteria for other USDA programs, because I've heard that they do that. Some of these programs, just because there's a certain, when you get the larger programs, the 10 homes funded at once, you have to have a certain mix of income levels, which makes sense. And so there can be some shuffling of wait lists in order to get that mix to match up at the end of the day. So that would suggest to me that it's not purely first come, first serve in terms of fair housing type, that there needs to be a merger between the rules of the ownership program and the Fair Housing Act.
And we've also heard some proposals to sell the RV park. With the idea that selling it to a developer who agrees to provide some housing. And then we would have some money to do something with. Do you want to comment at all about
Yeah.
those negatives there?
Sure. So I think certainly developing housing is our top priority. My concern with selling it to a for-profit developer is that we would just need to be extremely careful how we managed the affordable requirement in that sale. Because we've seen several times, right, developers, even if they're given STC waivers and other things, because they're going to make these units affordable, it's actually in their financial best interest at the end of the year to pay back all those waivers and to pay fines and fees, and still they make money when they flip it to market rate. So we just have to be extremely cautious, I think, how that we're structured, because again, to be honest, at the end of the day, people do not make money building affordable housing. So it's hard for me to picture a developer unless it's a mixed use development and they're making money on the business side or the market rate aspect of a development. It's very difficult for me to picture how a developer would profit from building workforce or affordable housing. So we just need to make sure that somehow the city maintains control or ownership or is able to keep that as affordable at the end of the day. Because I've seen a lot of promises broken over the years where it's supposed to be affordable. It's actually worth just breaking those promises and making your money.
So the city, the benefit of the city retaining ownership to the land is better control over
Yes.
over how those rents or prices are structured.
Community or community trust, man, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. If the city didn't want to manage it, we could work together to put it in a community land trust, which the city could have board members on. And then we could maintain the affordability in perpetuity that way. But I would hesitate to sell it to a for-profit developer for the reasons that I mentioned. Even if you made a couple million off of it and you tried to put that into housing somewhere else, I think it might be a shorter term gain than being able to utilize that land for many decades to come as affordable workforce housing. All right, thank you.
Anything, Jen?
30th, 2024.
Say again?
June 30th, 2024.
June of 2024,
What's that for?
That's 6 months.
the expiration of the,
Oh, that's when the management company's contract expires. Okay.
Could be slightly revised. I'm not suggesting canceling the RV park, but slightly revised.
renewal is coming up soon.
The discussions would be starting, yeah.
We're doing a budget with them now.
Thank you
Certainly.
Thank you for your
very much.
Have to involve. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you very much.
Come back often.
That was amazing, interesting. And hopeful.
Mhm.
I personally, the idea of a pilot for two houses using that USDA money to start is really appealing to me.
Okay, where are we at?
We can back up to code audit progress.
Just a mention about the housing is that with our upcoming projects, we will be putting a significant amount of money into our housing fund because of the nature of the projects.
Actually, no, we're
We're
exempt.
not, we are.
We are
Oh,
exempt.
I'm sorry. I missed
That's
that.
right.
We looked it up with Ashley.
Yeah. Thank
We
you
thought the
for
same thing
correcting
too.
that.
Yeah. But there are some large homes going in on Monica Courts. Emily mentioned, not large homes, but there's several homes, multiple homes going in on Monica Court. And she mentioned next month's affordable housing numbers should be pretty high.
Yeah.
Where is Monaco Court?
It's up, when you go up Ecola Creek Road. And then
Oh,
you veer off in that little
That's the
triangle, remember that house?
Grant property.
yeah, we looked at that for the school.
So
Yeah,
what are we exempt from?
The city hall projects, any public improvement project for the city, like city hall, police station.
All three projects or?
Oh, the Canopy Beach Elementary was not considered as it's not new construction, but city hall and PD are new construction, but we are exempt from paying the housing tax.
And it's not commercial property.
So,
We do commercial anyways, though. They still get it.
so just exempt from the housing.
Yes,
Okay.
just the housing.
Portion of- Hmm.
housing Excise tax.
Okay, do we want to stay in the zoning housing? Or do we want to go
Talk
back?
about short-term rentals.
That's what I,
Oh, that's gonna be a fun discussion.
what do we want to do?
Well, we could go back to code audit if you want and do short-term rentals next time if you want. That's going to be a long discussion.
TSP also, we skipped earlier.
Yeah, we skipped two things in the bullets there, so
So we want to go back up to the top.
I think we probably
Okay,
should
so-
just keep going.
TSP,
Yeah,
initial discussions.
I'm not sure why is,
So this is a push forward from a previous meeting. We were gonna talk about at one of our work sessions, how you guys wanted to proceed. What are your next steps? Do you want special meetings? What do you guys want to do? And then this and another item got bumped to the retreat just because
Oh.
of time.
okay.
Well, I think there's been some discussion in the community about, you know, where we are on that. So I suppose we need to figure out where we are on that. Are there any discussions by the city planning staff about doing any particular projects? Are we looking at funding for any TSPs, any grants out there that we're applying for? or anything?
Not at this point.
Okay, so are we pretty much dead in the water in terms of TSP projects?
I wouldn't say dead in the water, but if you don't have a need and there's not been a need identified for, you know, for that other than something like parking, which is going to be a forever need, that we're not ready to recommend with the things that we've got going on.
What about the trail though? I'm just curious about that because that was big part of the TSP was that that trail for people to, you know, instead of walking on the S curves or riding their bike on the S curves, that bypass trail along 101. And that seemed to be something that the TSP recommended and that we would sort of went along with. And, you know, it's kind of sad to me because I think that would have been a perfect application to the travel. I looked at the Travel Oregon things and they did fund, you know, that was presented by the chamber. They did fund kind of trails type stuff. And we didn't do it. Well, we had too much else going on, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm wondering if there's grant money available or something like that, or when it does become available, if we did write a grant for it. Because that seemed to be something that,
Well, especially if we end up getting some property we think we might be getting or having some control over, having a trail up to that property would be nice.
I'll just say, I think trails in general, I would like to see prioritized, moving towards pedestrian and bike friendly. It seems like we should be picking a few priorities from transportation system plan. Again, to perhaps guide us towards opportunities that are out there as far as grants. So, and trails would be the first thing that come to mind for me.
right, just parking, we're not going to get a grant. I mean, there's no grants for the parking situation.
Maybe. I don't know exactly what they would be, but
Yeah, I can't imagine.
certainly not for Travel Oregon.
No,
I think the next step discussion was to start the prioritizing of things. So that staff knew what to go after and where the next steps are.
no, I agree with Gary. I think trails is a very important.
I think the trail Lisa is talking about, personally, I think, the old horse trail on the north side of Ecola Creek is an opportunity for us to, which is really a trail restoration. I see Ocean Avenue connecting Midtown to downtown as a real opportunity. I don't even know if it's in the transportation system plan, but that essentially connects, you know, would provide an amazing pedestrian or bike access between two major, or two of our biggest lodging properties and the downtown area.
And then they could just proceed to the event at the
Yes,
Snake Booth.
yes.
Yeah.
Isn't there, well, right now, Ocean Avenue, you can walk on Ocean Avenue between
You can
the,
walk on it. It's,
yeah, I do it all the time.
say that it's, you know, super pedestrian friendly. I mean, I
There's a
walk
couple
it,
times.
I walk it often.
Yeah.
And
do too.
I don't find it that enjoyable, you know, with dodging cars and the dog and,
You're saying like a parallel walking trail that's parallel to the road?
that's what I think
It's
would
into
be.
one section of it. There's a sidewalk section.
There is one sidewalk section. I don't know, anything that would make that more pedestrian friendly to me and, you know, less competition with, vehicles and dust and, you know, pulling off to the side of the road as people go by.
Yeah,
I just think that that's,
to me, the bypass is of the S curves is the most important one for safety reasons though, because I can't tell you how many times I hit my heart in my throat going around those S curves in my car and there's a family bicycling in the shoulder, but there's not enough room in the shoulder for all their bicycles. And I mean, it's just
Yeah.
so scary. And I'm just like kind of dreading when there's an accident, when someone gets hit by a car on that S curve area. I just think it's inevitable. I think we need a bypass.
I agree. And I know I would use it. Cause I can't walk on the S curves.
I do, and it scares me all the time. Yeah.
I'm not really sure how viable it is or important it is. So great for pedestrians. Bicycles, I know there's a plan, but that's a big climb. So I don't think you're gonna get a lot of families as far as increasing bicycle access. But certainly I know I would use it for pedestrian.
Yeah, and young people would use it for bicycles.
Not, is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't mean that, but I'm just saying, you know, I mean, that's not that tough for a young person.
That's
These-
climbing that hill?
Yeah, the people I know could ride right up it. I mean,
The
you know.
trail widely used the ODOT right of way
Yeah,
and was looking for as little.
yeah, that's once you're up and over that initial climb, that's,
So you gotta get up to the top where like the last house is.
and there's still a
Yeah.
little climbing after that.
yeah, but
Okay, so we would agree trails is one of our priorities.
So quick question, I think when we first talked about it, we were discussing having the conversation of prioritizing it in a regular meeting
Oh,
to get input from people. And
Okay.
that's where it came to the next steps, the meeting dates, and you guys had indicated you'd want a special meeting. So is that still kind of the plan? Do you just, you want staff to come back to you with the list of trails and have you prioritize the trails within that list? What would you like us to?
what kind of, we had a lot of input when we had that, when we had public meetings on the TSP. And was there any kind of list generated from that, any priority list?
Oh, yeah, we've got
Yeah, weren't there,
quite a big
I mean, there are some traffic revisions like four-way stops.
four-way stop at First and Hemlock. That's my big deal.
yeah,
Uh,
I would think. Or at least a sign underneath that says cross traffic doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
like that, that's so dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, even at this time of the year.
I agree.
And Sunset was the other one.
Well, yeah, that, I don't know if that'll ever be solved.
What's that?
I don't know that that will ever be solved.
It's just gonna, I think it's gonna cause other issues.
Yeah, the one way, the one stop sign going in one direction, just make a mess, I think, in other ways. If you had a four-way stop, huh?
We've had police officers standing in the middle, right there at Second. And the problem is not the stop sign. or the lack of a stop sign in the other directions, there's within probably 1,000 feet or less, there are 3 pedestrian crossings.
Right.
And so those are going to stop traffic, and so it's going to back up and it's going to back up.
You're talking Hemlock and Sunset. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're talking Sunset, yeah, no,
I'm sorry, I just said the wrong thing.
yeah. That's why I think that the Sunset one is just gonna cause more issues.
Yeah.
But the first and Hemlock,
Four-way
Why is it
stop
gonna
on
cause
First.
more issues?
gonna have
Backing.
backups.
Backups on Hemlock.
Oh, back.
And
Sunset.
off the highway and,
What if you had a
Is
three?
Is that the problem right now, that there's backups off the highway and a 3-way stop would actually allow them to,
That's what I was thinking.
Well,
A three-way.
and I know pedestrians are an issue, but they're always gonna be an issue.
Right, but three-way stop would allow at least I think it would be a way to possibly avoid accidents if people paid attention to three-way stop.
what happened is that even if they did a 3-way stop, if the problem is you're backing up to the, I don't know if it's north or south at that point, but if you're backing up on Sunset back to 101, if the person can't turn because there's cars backed up to those 3 pedestrian walks, you're still gonna back cars up.
I think the only logical,
Thinking of, not,
the only logical opposition to that would be adding to a backup on Hemlock. I mean, it's actually solving the problem of the backup on Sunset
Yeah, you have
by
to
allowing
stop
those people to turn left,
Right.
turn right onto Hemlock.
when it's their turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than just waiting till there's no traffic on Hemlock to make a left turn.
Yeah.
And
Left
so,
turns are the worst. If I
I do everything to avoid it. I'll go around the block 5 times to make a right.
drive down by the History Center and through the parking lot and, oh, I
Yeah.
shouldn't talk about this.
Too. But I'm just saying that it just, there's gonna be a backup no matter what. It's just safety that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, there's already a stop at Sunset and Hemlock. So there's already a stop sign there.
Right,
Spruce on Sunset.
Yeah.
Whether you want to make it 3-way stop.
right. Talking about making it a 3-way stop.
Right.
So the people on Hemlock have to stop as well, and people take turns going. Rather than
while
just,
waiting for pedestrians to cross.
yeah,
That's, you're always gonna have to wait for pedestrians.
problem everywhere.
Yeah.
Pedestrians, I mean, you can't even, the fact that there's a crosswalk there actually makes no difference. They step out with a crosswalk all the time.
I'm saying, but there's 2 more after that.
Yeah.
So the cars get backed up to that point without any real apparent reason, but it's because of the other crosswalks.
I think looking at those, I mean, trails and maybe a couple of those issues would be ones to
Those are to me, the most,
consider.
yeah, I agree.
The one thing that we will be asked to address during the code audit is parking. So it's gonna come up.
And that's
Actually.
another agenda item here, so I wasn't getting into that, but
But it
yes,
affect the transportation system.
yes. So I think, I guess we could add parking to this conversation in a meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to do that. It's just such a triggering
Well, we have it on our agenda today.
dealt with separate.
Because that's one of that was the other item I think we moved from another meeting.
I think parking got moved and TLT.
Right.
All 3 of these items were your next steps. Do you
Yeah.
want special meetings? What do you think?
I don't know where it's appropriate to talk about this question, but I also have had concerns about getting people through town, because people will come in come up to Third at the stop on Third past Public Coast, little twisty turny, and a lot of people just naturally turn right onto Hemlock. Looking forward to continuing on Spruce, there's a sign that says RV parking this way. But there's not necessarily a sign that says public parking. Keep going straight ahead. I feel like we get a lot of people that add the congestion on Hemlock, where if they saw that public parking was straight ahead, we might push them more down Spruce to go left on Second or the downtown Spruce public parking lot. Perhaps then looping around back to Hemlock, and after that, then a lot of them will turn right and get into the endless hunting for parking loop. And perhaps sending them south to Gower public parking would be a better way to get them through town without into this crazy loop.
So you're suggesting just on RV parking sign, but where the public parking lots are located.
But yeah, I'm not sure why we have a sign devoted to it. Well, I guess that makes sense too.
Yeah.
RV parking does make sense, but I'm not sure that that's clear that if people are looking for public parking, they should probably go that way. They should probably continue straight.
That seems like an easy fix.
Yeah,
That's why I wanted to throw it out here. I think these are things that I think could perhaps improve flow. Honestly, I think a one-way Hemlock through downtown would
Yeah, I was
also be it.
about to say the same thing. It just leads me back to that whole couplet discussion,
one-way
Back to the what discussion?
the couplet,
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking.
I think even if only Hemlock was one way northbound between First and Third, it would improve things a lot. That would prevent people from turning right onto Hemlock as they're coming into town.
Which direction would you have it one way?
The one way would be going north.
I think.
So you could-
Doesn't
you could keep
TSP plan
making
have it Going
rights, but-
south?
What's that?
I think the TSP plan has it going south, doesn't it?
It did, which makes more sense to me.
Well, me too.
I don't think north.
So that does encourage people to turn,
Well, I have,
continue to encourage people to turn right.
You could have it going south on Hemlock and north on Spruce in that. Like-
yeah, because it has it going south on Hemlock, except up to First Avenue, and then it has it, I think, way going so that they turn right. If they're heading north on Hemlock, they turn right onto Spruce, and then Spruce is a one-way going north.
I mean, south on Hemlock and then, yeah,
Yeah, to me, it makes sense to do just the opposite.
Hmm.
South on Spruce to Third, and then then people could circle around if they really wanted to. But the problem is people get hung up on Second Street and then are trying to make turns and it's impossible to get out and
yeah, but I think when people come into town, they like going through the downtown. Just to look at it. I mean, it's cute. So they want to see the downtown. I mean, whenever you go into a small town, I always want to go down Main Street. I want to see what Main Street looks like. So if you had it going southbound, they come into town, go down Main Street, see what Main Street looks like, then turn east and then you can go north on Spruce, you can turn into the parking or whatever.
see, I see it just
Yeah.
totally the opposite of. That is what people want to do, but it's
Mhm.
not the best thing for our traffic flow. I just,
I'm sure there's a fairly easy way to determine which way the flow would be most optimal.
I
The TSP did that, I believe. I think they did
think they did.
plan a picture for us.
I don't know if that's a priority. That could be more of a long-term, but I think there's some opportunities in the one-way Hemlock to make downtown more pedestrian friendly. Right now, our sidewalks are such that, there's telephone pole or garbage can. And so there's, 2 feet to get around it in a lot of places. So I think it could improve the pedestrian feel of.
I thought we were actually going to do that as a pilot at one time, weren't we?
Talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was during
I kinda-
COVID, and the idea was because there were so many people on the sidewalk, we wanted to try to get people off the sidewalk walking on the street.
Right, I remember that, yeah. A lot of actually communities do that.
And I think also think that's a great idea, except that's taken a lot of parking away.
Right. that's,
So- So until there's parking that replaces that. If there was parking that replaces that, I'd say that would be so
Right.
nice to,
Yeah, would be great.
I had a chance to, there were a couple of studies that were done for parking before I got here, then there was one that Jeff did. And one of the things that kind of, I guess it surprised me that based on what they're saying is your desirable level of parking availability, it's in the 65 to 75% being used, of the area being used. And we had an awful lot of the city that was in that even during prime time. It was in the 65% to 75. Then there were certain areas were considered constrained because they were in the 75 to 85. And that was largely around Hemlock and some other places. But the definition, by definition, if you're looking at it from a design standpoint, the conclusion is that we're not really parking constrained. Parking, it takes, you have to hunt to find a spot, but theoretically, there are spots available for you if you drive around and find a spot.
That's exactly true.
Yeah,
And it's also the problem.
yes, the congestion, it,
yeah, but the idea is that, you know, is if more parking is necessarily thought to be the panacea.
no, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I
But-
agree too.
Mhm.
You know, I don't think just adding parking solves anything except making the town even more crowded when it's already too crowded. Or crowded enough.
Yeah,
It takes away from the experience, but I would only say add parking if we're taking away parking. In Hemlock was my point.
I agree. I certainly would want to see more parking, but
I'm more than willing to discuss timed and paid parking as well.
Yeah, I think we owe it to our community to.
yeah,
Into
there's a
that
lot of
discussion.
people who wanted that and then a
Yeah.
lot of people were very against it.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to have a
So
discussion.
we're willing to take on everything and be paid by a significant portion of the,
I was gonna bring that up.
No, I was approached at the,
How aggressive do we want to be on some of these things?
Yeah.
I think we're talking about getting them on the radar.
Yeah.
At least,
For just a discussion, and that's what I like about
Yes.
this session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
is we get a chance to bounce these back and
Sure.
forth. And I completely agree with you, Bruce. This is not optimal to bring up those types of discussions.
Bring them up on the 9th.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but.
No, we have one
I
time.
mean, actually, you get a reaction.
I don't want to lose sight of.
No,
Yeah, I agree. Agreed.
Well, Brandon, you remember the meeting we had when they talked about time parking?
I do too.
Yeah,
We were way over
Some of
that.
those same exact people have come back and asked.
yeah, I know, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. With a food tab, when we had the food tax.
I,
Well, you know, if you just charge for parking and it's like, well, but you told us you didn't want to.
I think downtown between First and Third, Hemlock and Spruce should all be timed parking, and we should increase the number of shorter term parking
and local permits.
and local permits.
And you're talking street parking and the lot.
The lot to
Or
me
just the lot.
eventually is paid, and whether, you know, I don't think we want to necessarily open that can of worms and the effect on it might have on other streets, neighborhood streets.
Yeah.
You know, we probably have enough going to open that can of worms, but we have to agree what the parking problem is, and I don't think it's cramming more people in here when we're at our busiest. I think it's, you can't pick up a pizza when, you know, you call in and make an order. So you can't pick up to go, you can't pick up your,
Those two mail parking spots, if we didn't have those,
Nobody
most of the
picked.
time I
can't pick up your mail.
rely on those,
Yeah.
you know,
If,
to be able to get my mail.
if the Mariner parking lot is filled, you can't stop and grab a gallon of milk. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
So,
and to me, that is a business friendly move.
Yeah, but.
Not
try to
the super
convince the
short term
Businesses of
parking.
that, the businesses were screaming at us.
And I don't understand that
Parking.
because to me, the concept is to keep people from parking downtown,
And spend-
loading their wagon
And going to the beach.
and going to the beach for,
And the study that they did when we were talking about
Yeah.
time, and we're just talking time parking, we're not
Yeah.
even talking about paid parking, we're talking about timed parking, and that was 3 hours, 3 hour time parking. And the study said that, and the study was done during spring break.
yeah,
And so there were people here, I mean, spring break, wasn't summer, but it was spring. And they said that according to their study, that people stayed less than 3 hours most of the time, even if they went to the beach. That most of the parking was less than 3 hours on the street.
I think, yeah. I mean, summer is really what we're, Where it's an issue.
It's right in my window. I'm surprised how quickly that turns over. There's always a lot of people trying to get in, but people come in, they go down to the beach and they're back an hour later.
Some of that's weather dependent.
Well, actually, some of it is weather dependent, but also on a nice day, it's just people aren't staying that long.
coming to get a look at Haystack Rock and leaving.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't do us much good either, does it?
Well, you guys have some great ideas. We just need to decide, do you want to continue this at a work session? Do you want to have a special meeting? And are we talking about TSP still or parking or both?
I think parking as part of TSP.
Combine them. I think we should
Yeah.
combine them because I don't think we have enough.
In a special meeting.
Yeah,
So combine.
And it's really just about setting some priorities so that we can take advantage of opportunities.
right.
And I'll talk about opportunities also, trails, and lodging tax dollars.
Oh, to build the trails?
Is this something you guys want to try to tackle in January or do you want to do it in February?
February.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've got enough on our plate right now.
I have a couple of reasons.
25.
Yeah, we didn't say what year. Nancy and Brandon are going.
I'd rather get through the school and the
that's
city hall and stuff
Yeah.
first and then move on to that.
And we can talk about it too when it gets closer. If you guys decide that there's so much other stuff going on, we can move it to March, but we definitely want to still keep it on the radar.
And I think that's a really good
Something-
idea.
And we have a public hearing, 2 public hearings for the code audit, one for wetlands and one for the
Housing.
organization. Those are both in January, aren't they?
Well, they're,
January or
Oh, okay.
yeah, they have to go through planning commission, planning commission before it goes to us, or you guys.
But you've got those priorities that we may want to start that conversation with what we've talked about, trails and
Trails,
the
Four-way
The
stop.
shops.
sunset.
and traffic flow through downtown, I guess.
and Hemlock and First.
Yeah, four-way stop at Hemlock and First,
And three-way stop at.
Yeah.
Sunset and Hemlock.
I would,
What about striping the parking downtown on the streets? That was a TSP discussion. Can we add that?
I
Yeah,
wouldn't mind having that conversation. I mean,
yeah.
there are frustrating times where you see somebody parked and it's like, oh,
That-
There.
they're
2
taking
people
up-
could have parked there.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
People are leaving.
Something that was brought up,
half a car length.
a parking discussion. Or if it was actually part of the transport.
It was part of the,
parking.
it was part of the TSP.
But I'm remembering that somehow maybe they said that without the lines, we actually get more
I don't know.
efficient usage.
I vaguely remember something like that, but I can't remember exactly what.
If it is there, it's there. If it isn't, it isn't.
So that
It's
was,
just a matter of, sorry, go ahead.
that was what Dan Grasick always told us. When he was public works director, he was anti-striping. He said you get more cars when you don't have striping because people could get closer together. And then-
That's great. That sounds like the.
Then when Jim Riddle came in, he's like, no, people are parking all spread out too far, we need striping. To make it orderly.
I'm not buying that.
God damn.
Which
Which
one?
one?
I'm not buying that we can get more people in
I'm not, well, you can't because people park so close that someone can't even get out of their parking space.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
it might be physically possible.
it's, yeah,
It's not practical
Yeah.
or safe,
yeah,
because then you also have people trying to get in between the two cars
right.
to cross at Hemlock.
Mhm.
Cause that was out here. It was horrible because it wasn't striped for many years and Dan's like, we're absolutely not striping it. And then when we did stripe it, you know, people, you always had those lengths that were not enough to fit a car and, you know,
Mhm.
so that was the history on striping.
Mhm.
Dan always said, no, Jim said, it's striping.
I think when we actually look at it, the potential gain for striping is not great. So I mean, that's kind of the other side of the coin, but
But to me, it's safer. Also.
It is a lot
You
safer.
gonna say?
you're staying out of this one?
He's
Yeah.
trying not to, but he wants to say something.
Well, this is the time. Bruce, you must say something.
I just look at the things that we have going. And like, you know, a lot of these are public works kind of projects and, you know, and we'll do the normal striping that we do in the spring and all that. But when we add things like trails and all, you know, we've got, you know, we talk about the 3 construction projects. Well, we've got another one that's 12 to 15 million dollars that is heavily involved in public works. And it's just, you know, how much can we put through the system? And so if there's like if we had somebody say, you know, we'd look closely and you can get another 10 to 15% more cars by striping, I think that might be worth doing it. But I don't know if we've had the same kind of presentation with going, you know, putting in a 3-way stop at Sunset. You know, we can do those things. I think it's kind of dangerous to do them without a traffic study. Because if something happens and because when you put in a 3-way stop, a 4-way stop, that's just before you put in the traffic light. When you look at the manual on uniform traffic control devices, the MUTCD, that's just before you put in that's not considered a control function. So if you're gonna do that and you're gonna do it just to test it, I'm not sure if there's liability associated with it.
I'm not sure we're saying that. I think we're just putting some things on for further discussion and,
Yeah,
and we will.
Not saying we're gonna do them
But-
in March.
Hemlock and Sunset, isn't that where we have to have the information aids out there to keep traffic moving and actually stop people on Hemlock so that people on Sunset can get through there?
when we put people out, they run into the trouble, they run into the problem that people are crossing at those 3 stop walks within 1,000 feet to the north, headed to the north. And so they can stand out there, but they can't do anything because they can't get any more traffic through. Because like if you're trying to make a left turn, they can't let you go through because it's backed up, it's backed up.
You have gridlock.
Yeah,
Because of pedestrians.
yes.
Yeah,
So the only logical thing is to just close the exit off 101 and make cars keep going down to Tillabana. Is that an option?
I don't know, but right now, I think the north end enjoys a little bit less traffic because all of the directions thing you get on your phone, but you enter on Sunset,
Yeah, they do.
which is another reason I think that we have so much.
I honestly didn't say that to be funny.
Yeah.
I just, I find myself rarely downtown when that event happens, but I do hear about it. So is that what happens, or do they just let the traffic back up onto the highway?
No, if they go to try to clear out the traffic on the highway, it's not because of the north and south traffic necessarily stopping people from being able to make a right or a left-hand turn. Mostly for the right-hand turn is that there are people in the crosswalks.
it's a
And there's a lot of people come up this way to go to the restaurants and people coming from the hotels. There's just a lot of walkers through there. And we say cross here.
But my point is that when we bring in the whatever traffic control we do, what's their solution? Do they do anything, or it just doesn't happen?
I don't think it happens.
I remember I talked to Chris about it and Chris said, I've been out there. It just, you can make a little tiny dents in it.
Yeah.
But the problem is you can't go ahead and just wave cars down that want to make a left or to make a right There's no place for them to go.
But the exit, the sunset exit from the highway, that's never blocked that to force traffic to go down to Tolana when the,
It goes, it makes its way onto 101 on occasion.
But we don't do anything to control it, is my question.
control the exit
The
there
exit.
No,
from the highway.
not the
to
exit.
Sunset.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. But that is the one that your MapQuest is going to tell you to turn if you want to come into this town. And I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer.
No,
I had a conversation about her this morning.
yeah, I think we heard,
Yeah, it's just, okay,
we
thank
heard
you.
what you're saying.
Thanks.
But again, we are just gonna be discussing it. It's not,
Sure, understood.
okay, got enough?
I did, I got it on our February list of special meetings to hold, and it's TSP and parking.
Okay,
Okay.
We'll, in the staff report, when that comes up, we'll recap the things that you guys discussed.
okay, good. Okay, so we can take two things off of our agenda for there.
Good job.
Yeah, okay, code audit progress.
Oh, I'll be
Um,
backing up.
did I forget something?
No, we're just,
Okay, yeah, we're going back up to that. I was encouraged after last night's.
Yeah.
that was good to see.
Yeah, that there has been.
Yeah, that there's actual dates, dates
Mhm,
or almost firm and, you know,
mhm.
that they're forging ahead.
Yeah.
I was really glad about that too. Cause I've been
Mhm.
pretty vocal with them about it.
Yeah.
And I think they listened to people's concerns, all of our concerns
Yeah.
about, let's get it done.
I'm kind of I wondered, thinking about it after the meeting though, was there a reason that Keith wasn't there? Because so much of the questions were for him. Is that a same Keith?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Keith all along has said that the second, third and fourth week of December, I'm out.
Okay. So
That was the only-
in our next meeting,
Right.
you would be there too. Because I think Marcy was having to answer a lot of his comments and.
Yeah,
so I
she
think it
did a
would've
great job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep, no, I thought it was good. She didn't mention that one word the whole meeting.
Mhm.
So any other,
No, I just hope we can keep it up.
yeah,
I mean, I felt like we finally got somewhere after a year and a half. I figured,
so
Well,
we just
finally.
need to keep putting the.
And the next stage is going to be way more difficult than.
yeah.
I mean, this is just a reorganization. Wait till we start talking about actual changes to zoning and.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be the building, you know, specification, all that stuff.
That'll take forever.
A huge discussion.
Mhm.
And it'll,
And what those priorities are, yeah.
yeah, and it's gonna go on for a long time, and I think there's gonna be a lot of different opinions.
What I'd like to know, when I was reading through that entire zoning ordinance all weekend, I've always been curious. I swear I'm gonna ask Brian Moore this, and maybe even Mike Morgan if I can ever see him again. Is how did they do it in the first place? How did they get that zoning code in the first place? And how much public participation was there in that? I'm just very curious about the history of how we got this.
Are you necessarily referring to the zoning?
Mm-hmm, you know, the whole
The ordinance.
comprehensive plan and the zoning and all.
Plan was, benefited from some very forward-thinking residents. And also, I think more an opportunity in that there was less people involved,
Mhm.
but
The climate of the town.
Oh, it was so much different, yeah, and the population was so much different in terms of diversity and demographics and numbers, yeah, but.
And there was, I think there's more cooperation.
that was actually here.
Well, and in the seventies, it was much more environmental, I mean, this is planning, I mean, that was during the whole Oregon planning thing when Senate Bill 100, and that was in 72, I think, when Senate Bill 100 was adopted. So there was a whole lot of consideration about planning and zoning, and people were much more interested and involved. And I would just love, I mean, just for my own personal, I just love to get a little history of how this all came about for this small town. And then how do we, heck, do we take this thing now that's somewhat outdated and try to revise it in this atmosphere that we're involved in?
Well,
The good old days.
but I think this, the same mechanism is all still there. It's a
Right.
public process.
Right.
It's trying to get people involved in it as much as possible.
Mhm.
And, I think we're headed down that path.
Yeah. How much they're going to be involved and how angry they're going to be while they're being involved, that's the other question.
Well, change is obviously going to be different.
Yeah.
So anything else on code audit? Just keep making sure they keep going on it.
We met this morning too, with Marcy. Planning met with her and Bruce did. And prior to that, I met with her. She is, we gave her an example of a flyer that was bilingual. And we already have an email out to Jim Paynell about using the chamber that night. And we whipped out a list of where we were going to post the notice. And I told her I would reach out to Rachel for that. You know how you can put notices in directly in PO boxes?
Mhm.
And so I had some information on it once before, but I'll reach out to Rachel at the post office and get that information. Because that will hit more renters potentially,
Yeah.
because they aren't property owners, but they might not notice it at the post
Great idea.
office. They'll see it in their box.
Good.
Oh, that's good.
We've got a pretty good list going.
I did get a letter from Andrew.
Yeah, I did too.
Did you? Okay.
Sent it to my personal.
About
I
short-term
did.
rental?
About housing. He says, I think you made a very important point about getting people to come out and talk about housing. It's going to be a very hard road. He said, but most importantly, doing it outside the council chamber, away from the bright lights and the court-like setting may help. This is the thing I've been pursuing. Also, I think an opt-out survey, an opt-in survey is not going to give a very clear picture. Well, but when you add everything to it, I mean, you add the discussion to the survey, I think that's going to help. It's going to suffer from a small sample size. I don't think that's.
So he
Very true.
just send that to you?
Yeah, he sent it to me yesterday, must have sent it to me right after the meeting yesterday.
He said, he only sent it to you. This isn't his short-term rentals.
Yeah, I got short-term.
Mine says I have that one too, but the other one is housing outreach.
I don't see that.
No, I don't think,
Did it?
I think it was just sent to me.
Forward it to Jen.
Sure.
Yep.
I will be glad to do that.
And then
Did it come to you at the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
I just saw it just now, so.
I got the short-term rental letter, but it went to
Yeah.
personal
Yeah.
email, which I've asked him not to do that. But- Oh, so that was kind of the tail end of the code audit. Sounds like you guys have some good ideas for getting public notice for the meetings.
What should we talk about while Brandon's out of the room?
Brandon, we'll talk about Brandon.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the washroom too.
Do we want to take a quick
5
break?
minute
do.
break.
Okay. Okay, so I believe we have everything under projects covered. So we're now down to the zoning and housing. And,
We've done most of that.
well, we haven't.
Except short-term rental?
Yeah. So we have 66 minutes left. Would you like to spend it on short-term rentals, or would you rather go down to one of the miscellaneous ones?
What about zoning and housing?
We already did that.
I thought we've done that.
No, we didn't. We didn't talk about housing size.
Housing
We
size.
talked about
Oh, yeah,
workforce housing.
We did. We talked about workforce housing. Okay,
That's all.
so I'm hearing you would like to do zoning and housing size.
Well, yeah, because it's on our agenda and,
But this is the agenda for the whole retreat.
oh,
So some of this we could.
okay, well, if we want to put off all the zoning housing stuff till the next retreat, that's fine. It's a long
Including-
discussion.
Including short-term rentals.
Yeah, putting
Okay.
all of it, get rid of the parking we've done. initial.
We're gonna put off short-term rentals. I mean, I would like to talk about lodging tax dollars.
Today,
Where's that on here?
TLT.
down on the bottom under this one,
Oh, so skip over the zoning, housing, put that on
on
the
Tuesday.
next Tuesday's agenda.
So Tuesday we'll have all the.
That whole
financing.
section there, except we don't need to talk again about the initial discussion of parking. And we've also talked about workforce housing.
Right.
But maybe we could talk a little more about workforce housing and what we thought about the presentation and all that.
What's on next week's agenda, next Tuesday's agenda?
This
The
is.
same stuff. It's
This
for
is the
both.
entire.
Oh, that's the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, good. I was
And
told-
what we don't get to today,
What, except you did send one that was asking about the details on the financing,
Mhm.
and that I don't think is on this. but-
This-
Well, that would be part of the project financing bonding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But
just,
We're putting that together.
And then
this agenda that we got, it says, Thursday, December 14th agenda, that's also being carried over to the 19th.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'll post it tomorrow morning and take off everything we discussed
Okay,
today.
that's
So
fine.
that way people know on the 19th what we'll be talking about.
So I think zoning, housing size and short-term rentals is a huge discussion. And we can wait till Tuesday for that and then try and see if we can tackle as many of the miscellaneous as
Okay.
we can.
So let's start at the beginning of the miscellaneous facility use policy.
That came from our facility, the Orla meeting.
Oh, okay.
And so Lisa said she wanted to talk about the policy. So it's, the copy of the policy is in the packet.
Right.
And so this,
So, and the policy was as if it's an open meeting.
yep. And Orla agreed to have it as an open meeting and
Right.
wanted to have it here. The whole time I've been here though, I haven't had somebody like Orla come to use it. That was a new situation.
Did anybody go to that meeting?
I attended.
And it happened last week, right?
Last Thursday, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
They were very friendly. They came in, they set up, they were quiet.
It was very interesting.
I tried to peek through the windows to see if I could see who was here, because I was wondering if you guys had made it, and so good to know that.
Although, you know, the proper facility for this will be the new Kennedy Beach Elementary.
Mhm.
So what did they talk about?
It's very interesting. It's a tourism leadership program. So several of the people I've worked with on Oregon Coast Visitors Association, one was on the panel, one was actually a participant in the program. Other tourism leaders from different destinations around the state. So it's a training program that Orla puts on for them. And what they were doing at the meeting was practicing their public comment skills. So they were all given topics to cover, short-term rentals, for instance. And they were given 3 minutes to deliver their presentation. And I sat on the panel. I get to sit in the mayor's chair, which was kind of fun.
Wow.
I wondered who'd been sitting there.
And then provide them feedback on the effectiveness of their testimony or challenge them a little bit and see how they react to questions. So it was a good program and I was surprised by they're looking at topics from both sides. There was one person who was like, thinks there should be no regulations on short-term rentals. Of course, she has several in Rockaway. And others who were proposing logical regulations for them. Where you'd think with Orla, they would all be like,
Right.
you know, kind of being a one-sided thing. So it was interesting how a lot of times they were representing different sides of an issue. And I think they got to decide where they came down on those issues. So anyway, I'm glad I attended.
Do we have local lodging people involved in it?
I did not see anybody local. Yeah,
Interesting. Oh, good.
Justin Matomac, Chamber of Commerce Director.
Was Dan Haig there?
No.
Jim.
Janice, and no chamber members either, which I thought was interesting, but
Interesting.
Probably because it was, the nature of it. I mean, it was an exercise for the,
for the students.
right,
yeah.
right.
Did anybody give a little comment about TLT?
Yeah, I had a fun exchange with one guy who talked about TLT. It's interesting because he came on first praising us for raising or for charging the prepared food tax,
Really?
Wow.
which was like a guy from Orla program coming on, and that's what I mean by I was surprised by
Wow.
some of the conversation. And then he went on to kind of challenge the way we're spending tourism dollars on the school project.
Whoa, that's good.
And
That's
so
where I'm
I
wondering.
had a little fun with him.
And that meeting isn't gonna be on YouTube.
I don't think so. They were recording it for their own program,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's gonna be public. Yeah.
Interesting.
But anyway, really, Cannon Beach Elementary facility will be the perfect place for a program like that in the future.
Bringing it back to the original site.
I don't know. if I should mention
Some of the
this.
same people probably.
Greg Astley, who's I think is Orla's communications director, and Jason Brandt, who is the CEO of Orla. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. Well,
Okay, so back to, you sure?
Were they? did
Use
they
of
count
city
the TLT?
facilities.
No.
Yes.
What was that question?
Oh, if they challenge the TLT use for the school.
Okay, so application for use of city facilities. Is there?
Well, I mean, I think that the problem was solved when we found out that it was open, as long as the public can attend.
Right, but do we don't say that
It does say that it is for public,
meeting,
public meetings.
meetings?
Right.
And there are some things I need to update this form. This has the old occupancy level on it. And our old logo. I mean, clearly we don't use this form very often, so we do need to modernize it. And if there's anything else that you guys would like us to look into. As long as we keep it open to the public, if you're good with that, we can keep it the way it is.
So it brings me up to some of the uses we have done in the past where we've held a training session here. And so would we just have to have that as an open meeting so that the public could come to it?
Training for who?
Like,
Our local boards and local elected officials.
I
But
thought,
those are all city.
that's not, that's city functions, so.
They're insiders. I
Adequate.
think we're talking about somebody from the outside wanting to come and use the room.
Fair point. I withdraw my comment.
Call my question.
But
How badgering the witness?
And Rick, when he does his CERT training, things like that, he encourages people from the public to come because he wants to recruit them. The Friends of Haystack Rock are the biggest users of the room because they come once a month. It's really not many people are requesting to use it. Like,
But when we get a nice new city hall,
yeah.
Yeah,
there might be more,
yeah.
which would be great.
I'd be all
We go to bed.
so happy using Cannon Beach Elementary, they won't ask for this.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, but this.
Well, I just wonder when an outside group does use it, there has to be somebody here to close up the building. And there's, the lights are on, all that kind of thing. And if it's a nonprofit, local nonprofit, that makes complete sense to me, but I'm wondering for a non-local group, it is costing the city money.
Well, this also says it's used for government agencies, nonprofits, and other tax exempt organizations. So it is limited. So a private entity, it's not an option for them.
Right, but Orla's that Orla
They're
group that was
nonprofit.
here was nonprofit.
So we had no reason to deny them.
Right, I'm just wondering if we want to keep the chamber open to non-local nonprofits
Oh.
at no cost. I just want to, do we want to do that?
Well, it's just during the business week from 8 AM to 5 PM.
So someone would be here anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And the lights is minimal, I suppose, the amount of
Yeah.
cost for the lights and the bathrooms and
Mhm.
all the other things.
And for the people who have night meetings on a regular basis, there's typically a staff person already here as part of that meeting.
Right.
So when it's in the evening, it's real easy, you know, we
Right.
already have staff people here. If somebody wants to use the meeting and we don't have a staff person here, it's discussed. If there's somebody that could attend the meeting, if it, you know, fit in with what they're doing, or if Bruce knows if he's gonna be here, but if no one's gonna be here, we don't ask people to stay. We just tell them
Right.
that that doesn't fit with our schedule.
Yeah.
But we do consider it. We don't just flat out say no. We still, even though it's after 5, we'll consider it,
Okay.
but then likely say no. If there's nobody planning on being here.
Okay, so you're gonna modify it just with the maximum people and the new logo.
Yeah,
Okay, no other changes?
unless you guys want, if there's anything else you see.
And no one's interested in saying local nonprofits rather than could be a nonprofit from anywhere.
I
Well,
don't have strong feelings about it.
Are we really allowed to limit it to just locals?
We would have to run it past Ashley, but things like this, it's you can't discriminate, but you can put time, place and manner restrictions.
No, I think we can limit it to local.
So it could be county.
Yeah. And we would still run it past her anyways, but from my understanding from our talks about like the elementary school and other people use of other city facilities. It's just the time, place and manner restrictions. So.
I don't know if this is just a reaction to Orla or if we imagine a other scenario that's more offensive.
I think part of the discussion started with Orla, but it was also, I think it carried the discussion about Tolavana Hall, the use of Tolavana Hall carried over into the use of the city hall. I think that's where those two came from.
would at any point, if it becomes a problem,
We can
we can always
change it.
address it.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can revisit it
So I
then.
don't think we need to create
Right now.
issues,
Yeah.
but enough of them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say we will review in the future if there's an increase of use.
Right.
Yeah, that's
There you
good.
go. Okay. Take that right on. Okay, so next is monthly status report revisions.
Do you guys have any revisions you would like to see? Anything added, anything deleted, any changes?
I like the revisions that have been made along the way. I mean, I think it's definitely more streamlined.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind council members that when we're going through our packets, if we see obvious mistakes, that we get it corrected before the meeting. So the packet has correct information.
A lot of times, though, there's mistakes arithmetically or something, and you don't, I mean, you see that something doesn't add up, but you don't like for me, I didn't understand that it was just a typo.
Right.
I just thought that was, that I just wasn't understanding the material.
Mhm.
So if you don't know that
Right.
something's a
No,
typo,
I'm saying-
sometimes you have to bring it up in front of the,
Right. Yeah, no, I realize.
all right.
But I think that some of the streamlining is gonna help the typos, the elimination of some of those things.
Well, presentations I'm talking about, presentations where there's incorrect financial
No,
information.
I'm talking just the monthly status
Oh,
report,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
because we've had a couple of those. Okay, anything else on? Okay, system development charges.
So Lisa had a couple questions on the system development charge usage for housing.
Mhm.
And Bruce checked with Doug Gabbard the other day.
Yeah, and he said we can't.
We what?
We cannot use SDC charges to build or fund for workforce housing.
We cannot.
No, it's for infrastructure. So like if you're gonna build pipelines or something like that.
Okay, where are we in the I can't remember. I know we talked about this, but where are we now that we've made our change? We did make a change. Didn't we? We did. We upped it, I think it was last January or, okay, so where are we now? Are we sort of in the middle of most jurisdictions or right alongside them, or are we lower?
Let me get that for the next meeting.
Well, it's actually based on your projects. So it's our SDCs, what we're allowed to charge are based on the projects we provide the company to do the analysis. So these are the things that we can see are the increase of our like
Capacity.
capacity. These are the kind of projects we would need to do when we have an increased capacity. That's what drives what we're allowed to charge for SDCs. So the bigger the city, there's a good likelihood that they're gonna have much higher SDCs because they have a bigger infrastructure to increase. And so that's where ours came from the report. And when we first adopted the report, it was probably with the old council, so I can email you the actual reports. And where they did the update, they looked at projects and it kind of lists everything. So all of the funds that we collect are to go to those projects.
And we, as far as the amount of system development charges are that we're charging right now, those are right where they have to be. We can't raise them or lower them or anything. They're right where they're supposed to be.
Well, we can. So council decided last time not, when we first adopted them, council decided not to go with the maximum amount. And then last year in January is really, there's a
Percentage every year,
percentage
right?
based off of a certain index. And so
Right.
this year we need to bring it back to you guys again to say, hey, this is what the index is. Do you want to increase it? And so you guys have a choice of whether or not you want to or not.
Okay,
It's coming back to me. Is the reason we decided to do that was because we hadn't done anything to it for years and years.
right.
But now it seems like it'd be better to address it.
Yearly.
Plus, we added another surcharge. We were adding another surcharge for parks, yeah.
Right, but yearly, you're allowed to raise it a certain percentage every year.
Cost of living type.
Right,
Yes.
there's an index that they use.
Mhm.
Yeah, so in January, we'll look at it again to see if we should raise it by the index level again.
Yes. Since we're having this discussion and it reminded me of it, yes, we will be doing that.
Yeah, and especially because we are doing such major infrastructure projects right now. That's another thing to keep in mind with a reason to follow that index.
But just to keep in mind, the money we collect though aren't going to those infrastructure projects that we have going on right now.
What are they going to then?
Future projects that are in the report.
Well, aren't future projects, don't those include water resiliency and water projects or the things we're doing in the future, like expanding the line up into up the hill or doing the project that we have to do down on the Ocean Avenue with that, those are future projects.
Well, it needs to be a future project that has to increase our capacity because we have more people coming to live here, not ones that are providing resiliency or redundancy. So that report lists a bunch of projects. And so those are the ones that qualify for SDC charges. So we had a Doug Gabbard from FCS. We gave him every project we wanted to do ever. And he said, these are the ones that would qualify and these ones would not.
Okay,
So it's actually really, I didn't understand all of this until we went through that update. Because I thought it was any capital improvement project, but because they're tied to projects, it's for those projects only. So we're collecting money in this pot so in the future we can do these projects by using those funds.
okay,
And they're slow to grow because we don't have very many vacant undeveloped lots. And so that's where we get our money from. If you have a lot with utilities already on it, with a house on it, demo the house and rebuild, we don't charge SDCs.
how come?
Because that lot has already been charged SDCs at one point in time or been counted into the current capacity. Because it's based off of capacity. But if you have an undeveloped lot, now we have a new family or people coming in, they increase the capacity of our structure.
Like the houses that are going on in Monica.
Yeah, all of them will be charged.
Okay, but let's say you have someone rips down a cottage on the ocean front and then builds a 10,000 square foot house there or a 5,000 square foot house that will hold a whole bunch more people, a larger capacity. So you are increasing capacity, even though you're not, even though that lot, it's the same lot. It's a whole new house with a larger capacity. So
Based on the meter size though?
No, it's, no, so STCs are a flat fee.
Okay,
So
but I mean,
that would be a
but the
connection.
capacity would be based on the meter size.
Yes, so on the water connection portion of it and the amount of, the meter size, we can increase it there. And if you have a larger meter, you, typically end up using more water, so you pay more, but it's not gonna increase your system development charges, since it's by households. They don't take into account the size of the households.
so it's just fake capacity, not real capacity.
Well, I mean, whether you have 5 people living in a small house or 5 people living in a big house, sometimes it's still just 5.
Right, but it could be 2 people living in a little teeny house.
Yeah.
5 or 6 people living in a big house, but that isn't factored in at
No.
all. Okay. That doesn't seem fair to me, but
Government.
And these are, the STCs, are dictated by state law, so we
Yeah.
don't really have much leeway in them.
yeah, so much stuff is dictated by state law. It's really.
Okay, we're ready to move on. You change state law, let us know. Okay, next we have additional council meeting dates.
Okay, so this is one, the question for you guys
We need
is.
more. We need more.
We love each other so much.
I hope this is about the ones we're going to let go of.
Not yet, we're holding on to them. So, does it work for you guys where at the end of each month I send an email and say, these are the dates the council rooms are available, what works for you? Or would you guys look at saying like the second Monday, the fourth Wednesday, and the third Tuesday, we're gonna hold every month for meetings, so that way you know those are set meetings. So does it work the way we're doing it, or do you want to look at maybe possibly doing set meetings?
I like the way you're doing it now,
Okay,
because my calendar changes with all kind, and I'm sure everybody else's does too.
okay. Perfect, that would just
So-
wanted to check.
Google poll or something.
Are you guys, I kind of like doing that and I've never done it before. It's-
Yeah, it was easy.
Is it easy?
Click, click, click.
Yeah,
It is
I
very,
could figure it out anyway.
and then you don't have to copy and paste, and sometimes there's caveats and, I'm hoping to get more familiar with this so we can use Google Forms for other documents, and so you guys are kind of my guinea pigs.
How are we doing?
You guys are doing great.
We need more shredded newspaper.
It's so quick and easy, because you just have to click that link and just say yes or no, and
Mhm.
it worked well with the retreat topics. I just said, list your retreat topics. It dumped it into a spreadsheet. And now Google Forms can do graphs and other things. Not that I needed it for meeting dates, but it's just seeing what.
No, I think it'd be fun to see a graph.
It gave me a pie chart of, and it gave me. Like, wow, okay, well, we'll continue doing it this way then.
Okay,
Okay.
Works real-
okay, and then we're saving TLT and PAC
Are we?
Tuesday, or are we not? Want to start it?
Was there some information that you were gonna bring to that, Bruce?
I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember either.
No, this is the one that got bumped to the retreat. It would be the next steps. We wanted, I mean, it's a huge topic because it's not just TLT, it's also tourism arts, and it filtered into the chamber as well. But when we had talked about it last, we wanted to talk about setting up meetings, see who we wanted to have involved in it. We were hoping to have more people on TAC.
Oh, that's
Don't
always
have
so
very many
shy.
on TAC, yeah.
How many?
So I have 3. I just have a 4th one that's applying, and I'll go to you guys in January. And the other, I'm looking real quick because I just don't remember off the top of my head. The other thing is we're gonna be losing one of our members soon. Steve Sinkler goes out, I think in March or April,
termed out.
termed out. Yeah, community tracking.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots.
Anchor members.
Okay, so I have 4 right now. I have Steve Sinkler, Jackie Brown, Libby Guest, and Drea Frost, but Steve goes out in the March. We have a new committee member that just applied, turned in their application this week. I think his name was Tom Allison.
Oh, hello, Tom.
Yeah, so he applied, but even with
Tom
that, we'll
Allison.
still have 2 vacancies.
Volunteers.
So, I mean, maybe you can have conversations, but not the TAC part, or we can still have it with the people who are here. I know Libby's been checking with people, checking with past TAC members to see if they want.
That's what I was gonna say, that's a good direction to go. Because we've had some great tech members in the past and
Yeah.
it's time for some of them to come back.
There is, Libby said there is one
Wish Mel
that's
could come back.
possibly interested, and she's eligible to come back in May. So we let her know that, you know, you can apply like in April and say, I'd like to start in May.
Who's that?
Julie Walker.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to, we talked to Jim Kingwell, Libby talked to Julie Walker. Greg Bell moved, so.
And that committee
Miss Sweeney.
divvies up the money.
Yeah, she'd be good too.
Linda McSweeney. Yeah.
Yeah, she was good.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's
she wouldn't, she, yeah.
at least represents the interests of lodging.
Yeah, because that's with Greg being off, Greg Swedenborg, you don't have.
Right.
lodging in there, right?
Yeah.
Seems like we're kind of missing that,
She's not, she's retired though. Is she still own, she doesn't still own that place.
but she's said
But-
that she's looking for ways to get involved and I've twisted her arm a few times and she's not quite ready, but
She might be
Is
fine.
this how, does this committee deal with dividing up the TAC money for and awarding the grants?
Yeah, so the tourism and art funds,
So they only meet a couple times a year, right?
yeah, they really only meet a couple times a year, but they're also one of the fun ones because they get to give, you know.
They get money away.
Just like $485,000 because you never know what's gonna come in, but they're the ones that get to give money out.
Right.
We're working, Libby and I are working on redoing the application process, and so we're working on that now, so that way hopefully at the beginning of this next cycle, we can have better forms and a bit more consistent with everybody. I mean, it is a fun one, especially if they only meet a few times a year.
Yeah. I sit on the Classic County Cultural Coalition and we give out money. We just had our meeting last Sunday to give out money, but the amount of money we have to give out total is $13,000 for the whole county. So it's a whole different, this is a huge 13,000
Jeez,
whole county, all the arts groups, yeah.
that's
I-
terrible.
I feel like this topic is urgent for us to discuss without too much delay. I mean, right now, the Tourism and Arts Fund has like $1 million reserve. They can't give away all the money they collect. There just aren't enough requests. So pretty much everything gets fully funded, which can be, you know,
Whether it should or not.
$60,000 at a time.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily a huge return. So
Do you want to say something real quick?
I'm agreeing with Gary. I
Oh, okay.
think that it is time for the council to take a look at how the allocation is for each of those funds. But right now, and they've had this discussion, is that they don't have as many people applying. So and the nature of the applications is different than what it was before. It's not so much for events, specific events, that sort of thing. But we're trying to resolve some issues. And, you know, maybe it's to build trails, maybe it's to do something else.
exactly.
But there is funds that it might make sense for this council to take a look and say, should we do some reallocation on how this works?
And I think people like Greg Swedenborg completely behind that.
Yeah.
But funding those destination development projects seems like it could be a priority, and that could be the restrooms, which we couldn't complete in Midtown, the trails that we're talking about. It could be public art things. I remember there was talk, I don't know how many years ago, about this, a Second Street Plaza
Mhm.
where everybody gathers for sunset and making some improvements to that. Spruce Street wetlands overlook, you know, some kind of opportunity for interpretive wetlands overlook on Spruce Street. It does seem like that program has just always been about events.
Right.
So and I don't know that there are nonprofits who are going to apply for the money for destination development projects. So I'm not sure how we get to where we can devote some of that money.
We already have.
Well, Clutchie Creek, is that what you're thinking of? Or-
No,
Thinking about the elementary school.
yeah.
That's totally different fund, though. I mean, yes,
We're still under
We
the
use
DLT
money-
guys, so how do you?
yeah. I'm,
Which gets.
right now, the contract for TAF is they get the 70% of one of the 1% increases.
Yeah.
So that whole pile every year just gets thrown in there. So I'm specifically talking about that pile of money.
But we could consider
Yes.
changing the ratio there and using some of that money for other things, including the school.
Reducing the amount that goes to events or granted programs, whatever they are, and how we could use some of the rest of it for destination development.
Yeah.
To Nancy, go ahead.
This TAC group is really big on, they understand like, there's a lot of reoccurring events and there's some events that'll never be self-sufficient, but you don't need to bring in a lot of extra events because you already have a lot, but they want to focus on fixing the product.
Yeah.
So they are interested in using it on
Yeah.
event places. So that is something that they really are looking into. And now the timing for you guys is perfect because we're going into budget.
Mhm.
So it's a great time to have this conversation.
And I don't know if that means the city can make a proposal to them
I
or,
think it's yours. It's the council's money.
Yeah.
Representing the people.
I just don't know if they are still in control of the entire pot, but
No, they're not in control.
Didn't they allocate $100,000 or something of that money towards the school already, right?
Yeah.
Well, we borrowed 400,000 from them to buy the school.
But
And we paid them.
Right, but I mean,
about the debt service, so.
talking about the $100,000.
I think that we did.
yeah.
But to Nancy's point that she was making earlier, as far as the operational cost, that's something that
Oh,
could come.
I thought about that.
yeah.
Yeah, so you reduce the amount that maybe the TAF gets, but then it goes over towards the operation.
I was wondering about that. Would the state law be would we be able to follow state law by doing that? 'Cause
Yeah.
if we could do that. That would be really,
Tourism,
I should have added that to my list, but that was,
it's clear you can spend it on that.
okay, well then.
Ironically, what we've been spending it on all these years is not allowed by
Yeah,
What's that?
spending it on events.
you can spend it on marketing the events, but you can't spend it on the administrative aspect of the events.
So we've been,
Do we get caught?
no, we didn't get caught.
Because there's enough benefit.
Yeah.
Right.
And do you think there's any possibility in the future for the state law to change? I heard there was, various people spoke about
League of
that.
Oregon Cities is really working hard.
Are they to change that?
Orla's
I
got,
think they'd be more optimistic for, they said they've
Yeah.
been working hard on it.
Yeah.
And they have had
It's-
zero to show for.
Yeah.
For
or
tried
a pretty
several
powerful lobby.
very powerful.
Yeah,
More powerful than League of Oregon.
It'd be nice to find some flexibility, but I think we're at least finding the flexibility within the law right now. I think in the past we have not.
The things that you brought up, Gary, that I think those are very worthwhile things to consider spending the money on.
Well, and we've got examples of it being done statewide and regional level. So it's not like we're stretching the law. We're not even in the gray area for anything I can see.
So it's Orla is the lobby that has really pushed forth the 70-30 thing.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
oh yeah, Orla's. Yeah, been very strong on that. Yeah. And the League of Oregon Cities has tried a couple of times. Of course, a couple of their proposals have been really weak, but they've tried several times to, change it, have it change somewhat, but
And the process is lobbying the legislature, basically.
Absolutely.
And I think it could be revised, but I think the general concept of that law is not off base for, it may seem more off base to us where we're out in the whole tourism industry world, like the envy of everybody. But other communities, are at danger of, city officials doing their own pet projects and not reinvesting in tourism where they really need the tourism. So it's a mixed bag out there.
And then you have so many communities that have it has no impact on them. So they don't have any interest in
Right.
Yeah.
changing anything.
So one of the other things that we need to talk about would be if you want to change the rules as far as where the chamber is concerned. So the next TAF grant cycle opens in April. So if you want to change the rules of that, because right now there's no rule that says they can't apply.
For
So-
events.
Oh, right.
For event money.
Right.
Yeah, so if that's something that you guys are interested in doing, we would need to get that situated out before the cycle opens in April.
Right. And that was the question I had at the last meeting. I didn't understand why they were getting.
Because there's nothing that says they can't.
And I have less issue with them applying for money for events if they're legitimate. I mean, I don't agree with all their events. I think we probably spend a lot of money to bring a few bat tire bike people to town.
So right now,
So I
what,
don't have a problem with that, but they're also getting money to do marketing.
Yeah.
Which we're already giving them the marketing contract. So that one is a little more concerning to me.
What about, Sandcastle?
Sandcastle,
what are the events we're funding right now for the chamber? Fat bikes
Oh, here, let me.
and the culinary?
Let me go into meeting.
is there a culinary?
Yeah, I thought it was.
So application submitted. So they are chamber, this last cycle, we had Fat Bike and the video only.
See, that's a marketing
Yes.
program.
Yes.
They just did the video on Fat Bike for the 23-24 cycle. So they normally have more. So in previous years.
They often have website revisions in there.
Yeah,
But now they had that in the budget they presented the other night had website, it had video in it too. So.
but being fresh off of our quarterly report, it does nothing but add to my concerns about that pot of money too.
So are none of the Sandcastle data, is that?
No, it's never, I don't think it's ever been
No, I don't think they've ever asked, it,
had
but I don't
asked for
know,
that.
because it's in June, is it excluded or is June part of the mandate of Tourism and Arts Fund?
June isn't shoulder.
But you know how it's.
The Tourism and Arts Fund, I'm not sure of the dates that they,
Everybody has a different definition of what shoulder.
But they do,
June,
weather, don't they?
No, that's the,
Gallery Group does stormy weather.
Don't they?
But I'm surprised that the chamber doesn't, I mean, it's really a chamber event, but the Gallery Group,
Yeah, but I think that they request money to
I
do
think
it.
they do stormy weather, but they don't do the spring unveiling. I think that's, I know they do one and they don't do the other.
well,
We get a list of what they do.
Gailing, and but they got the TAF.
That's what they applied for this.
Stormy weather for what they bring. to
Who's
that
doing-
event, But that's a chamber event.
I think that's a chamber event.
chamber does Sandcastle.
Chamber, but not through not through a grant for TAF.
So
Right, but I would like to know what events the chamber, who does what event, I guess. The chamber does what events are TAF, what events are just the chamber?
Chamber does stormy weather arts festival, but does not get TAF funding
Doesn't
for it.
request.
They do Sandcastle contest and don't get TAF funding for it. They do Haystack Holidays.
Right.
And don't get TAF funding for it.
And the things they do get TAF funding for,
Fat Fight.
Fat Bike
And the video.
and the video. What's the video? What,
It's a marketing.
It's a marketing thing.
snippet that they do, and my understanding is the initial intent was for TAF applicants get a video to help with their marketing.
Mhm.
That's.
Yeah, that's the
So
original.
what if
that's
we
the original,
change,
yeah.
I mean, what if a discussion item for changing it would be that the chamber is only eligible to fund events with TAC requests?
I think you have to come up with a way to word it where you're not singling out one person. We'd have to run it past Ashley though, because you can't make a rule that just prohibits one thing.
Yeah.
You know, goes back to like time, place and method restrictions.
Mhm.
But this is it's part of a much larger conversation with chamber and TAC and TLT funds in general.
Mhm.
So keeping on the spirit of next steps, I guess we should probably talk about, obviously, that's a big conversation to have, but how we want to tackle it. Do you want to Is this something that you guys want to have a special meeting at, talk at a work session? Because information that we can.
Kind of a chamber or
The whole,
all the TLT.
all of it, I mean, because it's. Now is your brainstorming side, but then what do we want to do to go to the next step of this, so it doesn't fall behind?
I think it needs to go to a special meeting.
I think it's gonna require a special meeting because I think we need to assess chamber contract.
Yep. The tourism.
Maybe even, well, I guess it would be the contract. I just think we do a horrible job of oversight with them. You know, we sat here for a 4-hour meeting. And they were a tiny portion of it, but I don't really feel like we were able to say some things, but I don't.
Well,
Said more than
one part of the problem,
ever said, didn't I?
Gary, is I don't, this is, the chamber is still to some extent a mystery to me. I'm new to the
Yeah.
chamber thing. I don't know much about it.
Yeah.
You know a lot more about it than I do. And so sometimes I don't even know what questions to ask, but I'm
Well, that's,
hearing my ding, ding, ding going off.
and I don't think
You
you
know?
should be necessarily expected.
Well, I do
Or you
want to
should be-
understand it more. Because we're giving, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'd like to know why and how it's being, and understand completely how the whole thing works. I want to know.
But, they've also got a reserve that didn't get spent, which, I'm sure will disappear into something. And I don't know how many months they went without a marketing plan, but I don't understand how that happens. And I really think if we are going to be the body overseeing the chamber's marketing, we should be able to see an inclusive budget that includes the marketing, the information center.
Oh,
I
yes.
Still have not seen that. And it feels like we should be approving the marketing plan instead of, yeah, we'll have a marketing plan next month or
Yeah, it seemed pretty weak in terms of their DMO and marketing and what the difference was and what's actually in each one of them. And
Oh, I'm completely lost on,
Yeah,
to tell you the truth. I spent a long time looking at that budget this time and the last time and was still lost. I mean,
No, I
I
mean-
don't,
and how they.
they have a challenge because they have to extract all that stuff and put it into a separate budget for us. I guess that's a challenge. Otherwise, they've got their chamber books that I think reflects it all, but we essentially get a second set of books that they're, hopefully just extracting those numbers that apply to us.
Just kind of give an assessment where I think we are, because I think this is a really good discussion. I think it's an important discussion for the council to have. But I think that there was a time when we were increasing the amount of TLT that we wanted to come in to cover for the general fund. And then it was the 70-30 split. And then I don't think we were as far along in our thinking as what we may be now. But there was let me see, TAC said, okay, we can get 70%. There was somebody else who was getting the 70%. Who was that? Somebody else was getting this, I thought it was a 70%, but it was like, here's the whole thing. We really don't know what else we're going to do with it. And then what happened with the chamber is that we were paying the chamber a certain amount of money, and it might have been the 70%, I'm not sure. But then we were also paying $150,000 a year for the, what do you call that, Gary?
The information center.
The information center. And so what we did is said, okay, and I don't think they were getting the whole amount, but anyway, we said, we're going to keep that money because that's out of the general fund. But we will give you whatever comes in to the 70%. And that was less than what they were getting with whatever we gave them plus the 150,000.
Yes,
And it was
that is
less
true.
for several years. And now they're at a point that they're getting, a full 70%. It's probably at or more than what they were getting before, although I'm not positive on that. But when I look back, like at TAC, TAC is kind of scratching their head and saying, well, we don't know, things seem to be changing for us. The nature of the event, the request is changing. We're not we have more money than what we are able to give out, those kind of things. I think this is a absolute time because it's all supposed to be benefiting the city. And if the city wants to take a look at it and say, we think that we need to change these allocations, then, and we've got a lot of challenges. Now is the time to be able to do that. So I think that, however you do it, if you do it with a joint meeting, if you do it with a whatever, but I think this is like a turning point where council gets to take control of something that got started a while ago, but never really, there was no reason to step up because we didn't know how it was going to work anyway. Now we know and where the money's going.
I think very similar to Tourism and Arts Fund, we should decide how much goes into the Tourism and Arts Fund. And we should determine how much goes into the Information Center and marketing. And whatever's left, I see going into some kind of destination development fund. From both of those programs that we can do those things. We've talked about the restrooms, the trails, the public
The
art.
operations,
the
operations for the
operations.
CBE, that's the first place it should go. So that we aren't dealing with having to take it out of general fund.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, but
Well, because
Where were the restrooms? I know the restrooms were just,
Through the door.
no. They were put off because
They are.
yeah, believe me. It was put off not because the bid came in twice as much as we had planned on, but where was that money coming from again? Was that wasn't was it TLT money or not, the restrooms?
It was initially general fund.
It was general fund. Can restrooms be TLT funds?
Yes, there are people that are charging it. And when all this comes down, the law says you can use it on something that is predominantly tourism related facilities and tourism promotion.
substantial purpose,
Pardon?
substantial purpose.
Substantial purpose, thank you. But there's no referee. And so it's like, unless you get challenged in places like,
Ben got challenged.
who was it? Tillamook, I think got challenged on its roads because the tourists use the roads. I
Oh,
think that they might have, lost on that one.
Bend got challenged on a very similar thing. They wanted to pay for the road leading to a convention center.
A convention center. yeah.
what about Haystack Rock? Why wouldn't that come out of TLT?
Part of it does.
Yeah, we do put some money there, but that's one of those that we could be challenged on because it's not a tourism promotion.
Well, it is a tourism promotion, isn't it?
It's not a promotion, but it's an attraction.
It's an attraction, but it is not a facility.
Yeah, it's not a
Stretching.
real property improved for a life of 10 years. I mean,
Mobiles don't count.
So we are saying that is just like it's an icon, and so we are putting effort in there. And that's where that money, where a lot of the money is coming from, not 100%. So we can always argue that, well, that's not the percent that we were talking about. So
So it's always sort of a moving target in a lot of ways.
to a degree, yes.
I
I
think,
think that the road issue is a loser for anybody that tries to take that up. Restroom, I don't think it is. Although we could be the one that gets challenged.
Who challenges? I mean, who is the?
Orla would be the one that would challenge,
Really?
Yeah. but they're not going to on something like a restroom. They don't want to lose. They're only going to challenge things that they know they can win on, and they would lose on restrooms.
I think that, as far as like I'm not an attorney, so I'm not sure, but I would think that if we made a change of some kind, I think that somebody like the chamber may have standing. I don't know.
The challenge.
Yeah, and I don't know if a place like Travel Oregon might have something, because sometimes we get money from them. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the yearly operation of NACUS should definitely be TLT.
I think,
Yes.
At least a portion of it, a large portion.
500,
Substantial.
the 500 already is.
Mhm.
So how much more do we need than 500,000 annually?
I'm not sure, but we should put general fund money in there too. what we,
A-
words, substantial,
Substantial.
Substantial purpose.
substantial purpose.
Right.
That, it also is a local organization, not organization, but an benefit asset.
Community, yeah.
Yeah.
And we could, but
Yeah.
I don't think you need to because it is a substantial purpose.
It's just same thing as we're doing with the Haystack Rock people.
Yeah, I can see a portion of the general
We
fund.
put a little bit in so that we can go ahead and make our argument.
And that's gonna change every year because every year we operate it, we're gonna learn so much more of how it really is being used.
Right.
But to start out, 500,000 definitely should come out of TLT.
Yeah, and that's already anticipated. Something else to remember about TLT is that, and I don't know the exact numbers, but I would say that you can count on, under most conditions, an increase of 5 to 10%. So it's a growing resource.
Just because it raised the cost of the rooms, right?
Right.
And is Bruce, do other states have the same TLT issues we do?
Yeah, there's
Strong lobbying groups who sort of control the legislature on issues?
Probably, a state like Florida. I remember, I was not that involved because it was a county function, but I remember them talking about TLT funds and that sort of thing. So I think there's probably a relatively standard model that's out there.
But there isn't one in like North Dakota or South Dakota.
And prior to ORS 320, I think Oregon ranked somewhere in the 40 something of states in reinvesting in tourism, and ORS 320 moved us up more to the middle.
Oh, okay. So we're not like exaggerated in that
As
respect.
far as tourism spending.
Right.
I can't tell you specifically on the split and
Right,
and
right.
how other states handle that, but it just moved Oregon up into more of the middle level
Yeah.
of funding tourism promotion.
Okay.
Because when you go to cities like, say, San Francisco, LA, the percentage of those TLT taxes is double what we're charging. Goes
Oh,
all
yeah.
over the place too.
Yeah. But I just wondered if how their state legislature puts
Yeah.
you a portion. That's I'm curious about.
Yeah, I don't think we should be holding our breath on changes to the law. I mean, I would say it would be nice if there was a little bit more flexibility in there,
Sure would.
but I don't think we should count on it.
no.
I think that we can stay within the guidelines and still be creative and help a lot of our work.
Totally agree.
It makes me even more impressed that we got the food tax passed, given that Orla, had no idea how strong of a lobby it was.
Yeah.
And the fact that we got that passed in spite of Orla is pretty spectacular.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was nervous about that the entire time.
Yeah.
Court had it at the same time we did, and theirs went down
Yeah,
Right. And when I
40.
knew Orla was against it, and we all knew that while we were campaigning, those of us who campaiggned for it, I thought, oh, well, it's just a lobbying group. I wasn't that worried about, had I known what I know now, I would have been much more concerned.
What a difference.
Yeah, yeah. Ignorance is sometimes bliss.
Yeah.
so are we going to have a special meeting to discuss it, and when are we going to have a meeting?
Okay, when would you guys like to have a meeting? And we do have a couple dates in January. Or we can put it in February. So we're back to that same discussion. This one is such a big topic though, and it does impact your budget coming up. It probably is one that's better to have sooner than later.
When is the budget meeting again? What day?
Well, we'll usually do a preliminary budget in March, a preliminary budget meeting to talk in generalizations. Staff actually starts working on the budget in January.
So we should have it fairly soon.
So it probably needs to be January.
Okay, so in January, we have the 30th and February 1st. And the only reason February 1st is on there is because it was like Thursday of that week. So let me get back into the calendar.
I thought we had a whole bunch of.
We have a 16th too, don't we? January 16th?
Well, there is the 16th also. There was talk that there was a couple people who had expressed some interest into that one, so I wasn't sure on that one yet, but
Okay.
we probably could, I don't know. That would be up to Bruce on that one.
That's the potential for the planning hearing, right? The one after it goes to the zone change goes through. They have to come to council
For CBE,
for CBE or for city police station.
Yeah.
or yeah, PlayStation, sorry.
So that could be the 16th, depending on what happens.
And
Next week.
Rusty, what is it?
It's a public hearing because it gets through planning commission. They give their recommendation that has to be adopted
All right.
by council.
Actually, this one I had a CBE, it's design development approval,
On the 16th.
potentially.
I think,
Or maybe it was kind of one of those that there was a possible use for either project maybe, and that's why we were holding on to
I
that.
think we had CBE maybe towards the end of the month, but
Well, I have my account, since I don't go to those meetings, I don't always have this card, but I had that one on hold for a possible project meeting.
Yeah.
But if you're good, we can use the 16th for this. I still have the 30th, which is a Tuesday, or the February 1st, which is a Thursday.
Is the 10th a for sure meeting now?
Yes,
That's when we changed today, right?
it's on the website, so it's official.
Okay.
that's where we put official things.
What's the 10th? The 10th is,
The 10th is now our work session.
oh, that's right. Okay.
Okay.
It'll be a work session,
Right.
potentially special meeting if needed.
9th got very heavy.
And the 9th will just be the discussion of the November 28th meeting.
yeah, you may need one of those for a project meeting, one for CBE and one for police station, city hall, depending on what happens, but we don't have that nailed down yet.
And the order is this next planning meeting.
Planning is the zone change and the conditional use. And then the zone change will have to come to council for approval.
But that couldn't happen on the 16th. That's too early. Well, I mean, it could, but it'd have to be a quick turnaround. And that
Right.
would be as long as it's not continued.
Correct.
But then there was also still the design development discussion to have about the elementary school at some point too, and after the meeting on the.
Right, yep. That's why I said there's potential for both. I don't know what's gonna happen yet.
I think with what's going on the 9th, we need to give a little bit of space before we have another meeting. Like if there's gonna actually, if there's the potential for some changes as a result of what's the 9th, I don't think we should try to meet on the 11th. You know, I think everybody needs some time to think about it, what those might be, rather than say, we'll have a meeting very quickly after.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
the 16th, not the 11th.
Yeah, we have a council meeting on the 9th, and we have a work session on the 10th, and we have a,
Yeah, the date is the 16th that we were discussing.
Yeah, I think when we were talking to Dustin, we were anticipating maybe something towards the end of January, which would make a lot more sense, the timeline.
and
So then the 16th,
I think the 16th might be available because I don't think we're ready to do CBE.
Right.
That close to the,
Well, it wouldn't be CBE, that would be for City Hall.
Well, but even if you did that, if City Hall, or not City Hall, it would be the police station. If
Sorry, police
that was
station, yes.
ready to go to council, if we did it towards the end of the month, that gives me more time to make sure our hearing notice and everything is good to go.
And the 30th and 31st are still on hold, correct?
The 30th and the 1st, because the
30th
31st is the
housing.
code audit, housing expert meeting.
Okay. Yes.
so I'd say the 16th is the date we do TLC and
what day?
the
16th.
16th.
Okay, you good with that, Bruce?
sure.
Okay, so then we are gonna do the 16th. Let me move these guys elsewhere. So my question for you guys is, this would be 116. It's gonna be a special meeting. Your materials, you'd wanna have a copy of the chamber contracts. You'd wanna have a copy of the tourism and arts guidelines. Do you want me to invite the members of the Tourism and Arts Committee? Do you want me to invite the chamber? Do you just want this to be your initial discussion? And then we do those kind of people at the next meeting? What do you want to have ready for that meeting?
I would like to see the whole TLT budget laid out as to what kind of revenue we get now and how it's dispersed. And I'd like to have just a general discussion with us first so that we know what questions we're going to be asking the chamber and the TAC. And we don't necessarily have to have the chamber together at the same time with the TAC. We might want to do separate.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that that's a good approach.
perfect.
Do you have a chance to talk about it before you say we'll sit down with?
And it would be nice to see the entire DMO budget
Yeah.
for the chamber.
Yeah, that too.
So we could request that.
Yeah, and I think
Did also.
when I
We
was.
did for his next quarterly report,
Oh.
but ask for the January 16th.
Okay.
So wasn't he gonna send out something?
He was
Or we
gonna,
can go to his office.
no, he was gonna send out a corrected,
Oh, it was correct.
Uh-huh.
So I would ask him for the complete DMO budget.
for the January 16th meeting.
When I ask him, I want the fiscal year DMO budget or calendar year. I just want to make sure I'm asking him the right.
Oh, you want the DMO budget. You also want the visitor center budget too. Which
And I think that's all the same.
not,
I think it's all considered the DMO budget, isn't it? Or,
I'm not sure.
but yes, the marketing and the information center.
Marketing and information center budget.
Marketing is the same as DMO.
I hope that's what they consider it. Not sure.
How about we just say the entire budget
This is your entire budget.
for everything?
Obviously,
Well-
that budget has to extrapolate a percentage of labor
Right.
out of.
Remember that. Yeah.
That's where it
That's
does
what
get
it-
tricky for them too.
All right, I have it. And it's highlighted in bold. So real quick, just the last few minutes, if you don't mind, what I have for the 19th is under projects, the status and schedule of funding / bonding for construction projects.
Mhm.
Under zoning and housing, we have zoning, housing / housing size and short-term rentals.
Mhm.
And under miscellaneous, I have RV. Unless you guys. I mean, the RV park, we included the revenue, because that was one of the things you talked about. We didn't talk about revenue, but maybe that, I don't know if that would fall under your housing discussion or something else, or if you want it still as a separate topic.
Yeah, separate.
Okay,
Jen, do you have,
Still as a
a
separate
question about financing on that list?
we have
It's
under
gonna-
the status of schedule and
Impacts
funding,
everything.
you know, the
But I think we,
funding and bonding of construction
As far
projects.
Okay.
Right, that would just be a
Revenue.
part of that one.
we would.
Okay.
You want me to
Revenues.
list it out separately?
In terms of the contract.
Okay,
I think I
Yeah,
think whenever I wrote in that note to you and
Yeah.
Bruce.
it fits under
As long as
that.
we got a call, because I'm planning on doing it. I just didn't know if it made her list.
Yeah.
so with the RV park, can we also get a copy of the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, I'll send that to you guys. I'll add that in the packet, RV park contract.
No, we'll be doing good at the order today.
Mhm.
Okay,
Just a minute, I want to ask about, I want
If
to
you can get it done in 2
go
minutes.
through
Yeah,
the,
because
take me 10 seconds.
okay, for the January meeting, we have the 9th is the council, oops. 9th is the council meeting, 10th is the work session, 16th is the TLT. We haven't scheduled 30th yet. The 31st is the audit, and we haven't scheduled the 1st yet.
Yes, but you missed January 2nd.
January 2nd? Well, yeah, that's just an
Okay,
obvious, okay.
But you're gonna send all this out to us, right?
yep,
Yep.
that's when we send out the dates, they usually start going pretty fast.
Yeah.
okay, I believe we're ready for good of the order.
I wanted to bring up, what Jan brought up last night about, being able to, have public comment during, design review and planning commission.
Okay, we sent an email over to Vilka Weisman and Carrie Richter and asked her about that.
Mhm.
And so I do believe she sent a reply back to Steve, but I don't know what it said.
Okay.
I think it was, I mean, I skimmed it briefly. It was. What I got out of it, and I haven't talked to Steve, was we have to basically be careful not to have a dialogue, which is the same thing you
Yes.
guys do with council. But we did send it to them right away and they did respond, so we'll get with Steve and. Like, I'm sure he really read her email, like I said, I just skimmed it and to move forward with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
And I would like to thank the city staff that gets us, when we ask them for something at a meeting, like to get Robert's request this morning after the meeting last
I know, that
night.
was great.
Yeah, so, and it happens with
So
all
fast.
different departments, so,
Sometimes during the meeting.
yeah, during the meeting, ding,
Right.
ding. So we appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier.
We probably have a lot of stuff from chat too, don't we?
Yeah. What a resource. Okay. Retreat is adjourned.